Chapter 1. It was a spring afternoon, the sun shining brightly and the wind blowing gently. Gunyinji was wrapped in a thin wool blanket as she lay curled up on a European-style red velvet sofa in front of the bay window on the 28th floor of Fengya Precinct's Block C. Suddenly, there was a ringing sound from a cell phone in the quiet room. The rain is falling. The grass is deep in the old hometown. I heard that you've always been alone. The song Fireworks Fade Easily woke Gunyinji from her afternoon nap. She froze and didn't want to pick up the phone. Her eyes were still closed as she lay there lazily. The rain is falling. The grass is deep in the old hometown. I heard that you've always been alone. The phone kept ringing, and the caller seemed to be very persistent, calling her repeatedly. Gunyinji couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore. She lazily unlocked the phone and said, "Hello." Feng Ishi's sweet voice came from the other end. "Nyinji, you have to come tonight. You're my best friend. It's my birthday today. Tomorrow, we'll be taking the post-grad entrance exams together. It's all great news." Gunyinji smiled. "I remember. You live in Dashin Precinct, right?" Fengya Precinct was filled with apartment buildings, while Dashin Precinct was filled with villas. Although Gunyinji usually lived in the penthouse in Fengya Precinct, her guardian, Hua Xiaoheng, happened to have an empty villa in Dashin Precinct, so the location of the party was very convenient for her. "Yeah, I'll send the address to your phone." Feng Ishi stood under the parasol on the balcony of the villa. She looked up at the azure sky. A small pink wireless earphone clipped to her white earlobe. A string of bewitching sweet nothings came out of her cherry red mouth, forming a sharp contrast with the twisted and ferocious expression on her face. Feng Yichen held a cup of cappuccino and looked at her quietly until she hung up. She shook her head in disapproval. "Ishi, do you really have to do this? Gunyinji didn't do anything to you, did she?" "She didn't do anything to me?" Feng Ishi laughed coldly and walked away. "Sis, you can't be that naive, right? Before she transferred to our university, I was the top student in our faculty. I was the prettiest girl in our faculty. But ever since she came, I've been nothing. Why? She's just an orphan girl. Yet she dares to pretend to be Ms. Perfect." Feng Yichen put down the cappuccino in her hand and followed Feng Ishi into the house. The two sisters stood in front of the French windows, whispering to each other. Okay, I know you're upset, but Gunyinji's parents are dead, and she doesn't even have any relatives. She usually relies on scholarships and part-time jobs to get by. She can't compare to us. Can't you just bear with it? I've tolerated it for 2 years, but this time I can't stand it." Feng Ishi lowered her voice to a whisper. She held out her left hand. On her middle finger was a pear-shaped yellow diamond ring with a small protrusion. A mysterious and smug smile appeared on her face. "Look, cousin got it for me. All I have to do is prick Gunyinji tonight, and she'll no longer be the star of our department. She'll be a future internet celebrity, the star of romance and action movies. She debuted at the age of 18. I've spent 1,000,000 yuan to prepare this birthday banquet, so I've done her right." Feng Yichen covered her mouth with her hand. Her almond-shaped eyes widened. "No way. What is this? If it's not just this." Feng Ishi retracted her left hand and raised her chin at the lawn outside the French windows. "I've also spent a lot of money to prepare the highest resolution pinhole video camera. I'll make a video and put it on the internet. It'll be a documentary of female law students having sex. Hee. Then I'll sell it to an AV site overseas. Maybe I'll even make a small fortune." Feng Yichen's eyebrows twitched. She said worriedly, "Sister, don't go overboard. What if she takes it too hard and calls the police? What will happen to our family? Dad's company is about to go public. Don't cause trouble at this critical juncture." "Huh? How would she dare call the police?" Cousin said that just a little bit of the stuff in the ring cost him 1,000,000 yuan. It's all good stuff from Japan. It can turn a virtuous woman into a slut and a eunuch into a hunk. No one can resist it. I asked cousin to bring all his scoundrel friends here today. Let's have a taste of it." Feng Ishi waved her left hand. The yellow diamond ring on her middle finger reflected the setting sun outside Luodi's long window. "You'll know when you watch the video. She shamelessly asked a man to fuck her, and now she wants to sue us? No way." Feng Yiqin narrowed her eyes. She hesitated for a long time, but still tried to persuade her tactfully. Just let her be taught a lesson. There's no need to go overboard. What if she really wants to sue us? Go to the hospital and get a blood test. Sister, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Tomorrow is the postgraduate exams. She scored first, and I'm second, but Professor He Chu of the B University Faculty of Law is only accepting one student. Feng Yishi swore fiercely. The foundation on her delicate face was about to fall off. I can't let this opportunity go. Besides, cousin said that this thing only lasts for 24 hours. After 24 hours, we won't be able to find anything, and she won't remember anything. In the evening, when the lights were just beginning to come on, there were a few long tables set up in the living room of a villa in the Dashin precinct. The tables were filled with food and wine from the largest restaurants in the area. A band sat behind the mahogany screen, with the 8 immortals crossing the sea. The melodious music drifted out from behind the screen, elegant and leisurely. The entire living room was decorated lavishly, mainly in gold. Dark gold wallpaper, pale gold carpets, and gold-plated European-style tables and chairs sparkled under the crystal chandelier. The guests in the living room, especially the female guests, were all dressed to the nines. One glance was enough to make one go blind. The splendor was unparalleled in its splendor and splendor. About half of the rich people in the upper class of Sea City were here, toasting to each other and wearing fragrant clothes. Today was the Feng family's youngest daughter, Feng Yishi's 22nd birthday. The Feng family was considered a rising star in Sea City, but their business was expanding rapidly. It was rumored that they were going to go public soon. Once they went public, the Feng family would be like a bird out of a cage and rise to the ranks of the rich. Therefore, the Feng family's invitation had many people coming to support them. Gun Yinji arrived at the Dashin precinct and changed into an evening gown. She took the invitation that Feng Yishi had specially given her and walked alone from the path to the entrance of the Feng family's villa banquet hall. The noisy hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone only saw a woman wearing a blue-purple organza off-shoulder evening gown standing at the door. She was extremely pale, and her skin was truly whiter than snow. Her neck was so slender that one could even see the blue veins on her neck. The blue-purple organza dress accentuated her curvaceous figure. Not much of her body was exposed, and only her arms and half of her shoulders were exposed. However, the fluffy blue-purple organza made her look like a tender lotus root growing in a purple field. She was so delicate that people wanted to hold her in their hands and caress her. Gun Yinji smiled as she glanced at the crowd. Mei Xiaowen quickly walked over and extended his hand to her. Yinji, you're finally here. Class rep arrived a long time ago. Gun Yinji nodded at him playfully. Where's Ishi? I haven't congratulated her yet. She's over there. I'll take you there. Mei Xiaowen looked Gun Yinji up and down as he walked. He praised, you look so good in this evening gown. He had always known that Gun Yinji was a beauty, but he was still a little dazed to see her so beautiful with just a little makeup. I'm starting a new book, and this time it's a novel that I've never written before. Please give me your support and encouragement. Also, please collect and recommend it. Oh, intersection of intersection. Oh. Chapter 2. Gun Yinji smiled as she followed Mei Xiaowen into the banquet hall. Behind the dripping guanine tree, not far away, Feng Yishi, who was wearing an apricot yellow, off-the-shoulder evening gown, watched the scene unfold. Her face contorted as she gripped the wine glass in her hand so tightly that she nearly shattered it. Feng Yiqin nudged her. Go, she's here. Feng Yishi downed the rest of the wine in her glass in one gulp. Mustering her courage, she plastered a smile on her face as she approached Gun Yinji and Mei Xiaowen. She discreetly turned the pear-shaped diamond ring on her middle finger in another direction, then patted Gun Yinji's exposed, snow-white shoulder. She quickly plunged the ring into her shoulder and said sweetly, Yinji, you're finally here. She then looked at her gown from head to toe. TSK, no wonder you're the beauty of the C University Faculty of Law. This gown is absolutely stunning. Gun Yinji felt as if her shoulder had been bitten by a mosquito. There was a moment of pain, but the feeling quickly disappeared. She didn't care and handed over a small box to Ishii. "Happy birthday, Ishii." Feng Ishii accepted it and shook Gun Yinji's hand. The pear-shaped diamond ring on her left middle finger had already been turned back to its original position. "You're too kind. It's good enough that you're here. Why did you bring a gift? What's our relationship? You don't have to be so formal." Feng Ishii handed Gun Yinji's gift box to a servant and took her hand. She winked at her. "Let's go. I'll introduce you to a few friends. You remember my cousin, right? He's like you for a long time. Today, for my sake, talk to him and have a drink." Gun Yinji couldn't refuse and was dragged out of the hall by Feng Ishii. The lawn in the backyard was decorated with colorful lanterns, and groups of people stood in the backyard, occasionally bursting into laughter. Feng Ishii pulled Gun Yinji to 5 or 6 men. "Cousin, this is Gun Yinji. She's the talented girl of the C University Faculty of Law. Not only is she smart and pretty, but she's also young. She's a college student. She started college at 14 and will graduate this year at 18. Gun Yinji lowered her eyes. Her birthday was actually in October, and she was only 17, not 18 yet. The few men looked over with smiles on their faces. His gaze was very presumptuous, lingering for a long time on her chest and the area below her waist and above her thighs. Gun Yinji was a little unhappy, but for Feng Ishii's sake, she didn't immediately walk away. She forced a smile and nodded. "Nice to meet you. This sister is good. She's so fresh and lively. I like her." A wretched-looking man with dyed hair in various colors was just short of drooling. Under the colorful lights at night, Gun Yinji's skin was almost flawless. Feng Ishii let go of Gun Yinji's arm. The crowd saw that Gun Yinji's fair and delicate arm had turned red. What would it feel like to have such a soft and delicate woman under his body and do whatever he wanted? These men hadn't even taken their medicine, but they were already in heat like they had been injected with chicken blood. Feng Ishii could barely conceal the deep jealousy in her eyes when she saw Gun Yinji's seductive expression. She hurriedly withdrew her gaze and said with a smile, "You guys take your time to chat. I'll go over there to greet the guests." With that, she turned around and left. Gun Yinji wanted to leave with her, but the men surrounded her. "Sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Come, have a drink with us brothers first." A man with a pig's head brought over a cocktail glass. Gun Yinji knew she couldn't drink it, but her hands and legs suddenly felt weak. A wave of lust rose from her lower abdomen. The man in front of her looked like a pig's head. Normally, she would definitely want to slap him when she saw him. Now that he was near, she could smell an irresistible masculine scent. She had an urge to pounce on him. Her hands were trembling, and her eyes were watery. She wanted to refuse and back away, but her voice was soft and trembling. Was she possessed? What she didn't know was that most people would have already lost control of their bodies at this point. However, her body was a bit special, and her resistance was much stronger than the average person's. In a moment of desperation, she bit the tip of her tongue hard. The piercing pain suppressed the heat in her body, and the lust in her eyes slowly faded. She took a step back and looked around with a smile. "Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom." As she spoke, she grabbed the hem of her dress and ran like a slippery fish towards the crowded area of the banquet hall. Feng Ishii's cousin was dumbfounded. What happened to the virtuous girl turning into a slut? Why did she run away? He quickly chased after her and found Feng Ishii in the hall. He was sweating profusely. "Oh no, your classmate slipped away." "Slipped away?" Feng Ishii wanted to pour a glass of wine on her cousin's head. "What are you doing? Didn't you say the drug was H3 of 7 or something? It's worth more than gold." Feng Yichin walked over and said dryly, "It's fine. It's not good to do it at home." As she spoke, she looked around and saw Gun Yinji's violet organza evening gown flash through the crowd towards the door. She quickly pointed in that direction. "She's leaving. Hurry up and follow her. It's better to take her out in the wild." "Out in the wild. I like it." Feng Ishii's cousin's eyes lit up. He led his men out, but discovered that Gun Yinji had disappeared as soon as he stepped outside. The people who lived in the Xian Villa district were all wealthy and respectable people. Privacy was very important. Every family had their own walls, and security was especially tight. If the people who lived there did not want to leave, there was only one way out of the villa district. However, they did not see Gun Yinji along the way. That's weird. Can she fly to the sky? I can't take it anymore. That girl was drugged with H3 of 7. Just thinking about it makes me want to ejaculate. No, I have to catch this girl and punish her. Gun Yinji did not leave the Xian Villa district. As soon as she left the Feng's villa, she turned onto a small road and ran toward to a Xiaoheng's villa in the middle of the district. Her hands trembled as she fumbled for the key and opened the door. As soon as she entered, she quickly closed the door and leaned against it. She folded her arms and collapsed on the ground. She hated her impulsiveness just now. It was as if she hadn't seen a man in centuries. No one knew that when she saw those perverted men and smelled their strong masculine pheromones, she wanted nothing more than to pounce on them. Her mouth was thirsty, but her body was even more thirsty. She was soaking wet. Gun Yinji turned up the air conditioner to the maximum and stripped naked, but she still could not stop the heat in her body. No, she had to find a doctor. But looking at her current state, she would probably pounce on the first man she saw before she even walked out. Gun Yinji smiled bitterly as she took the phone and finally dialed Chun-Lai's number. Chun-Lai was a busy man. He was the youngest national miracle doctor in the entire Imperial Military Hospital. He was also the person that her guardian, Hua Xiaoheng, had entrusted to take care of her. When the other side saw that it was Gun Yinji calling, he immediately picked up and smiled. "Oh, that's strange. You're finally willing to call me? Brother Chun, can you come over for a bit? I'm at Hua Xiao's villa in the Xian district. I'm not feeling well. What's wrong? Is it serious?" When Chun-Lai received Gun Yinji's call, he was sorting out his emails. When he heard her low and husky voice, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. His instincts told him that something was wrong. He switched his hand to hold the phone. Chun-Lai had already closed his laptop and started packing. He said to Gun Yinji, "Were you feeling unwell? I'll be right there." I don't know. Something's very wrong. I'm burning up. I'm thinking about men." Gun Yinji blushed as she said this. She wanted to bite her tongue off. Chun-Lai's hand paused. His round mouth opened and closed twice before he immediately said, "I know. Don't move. Don't go out. I'll bring medical equipment." Chun-Lai carried his laptop bag and a suitcase of small medical equipment. He walked out of the base infirmary with a serious expression. "What did you do tonight?" Chun-Lai fiddled with his equipment and asked Gun Yinji as he took her blood for a test. An hour later, his blood sample was ready. Chun-Lai's eyes widened when he saw the results. He stammered, You were infected with H3 of 7. Oh no, this is the most potent aphrodisiac in the world. It's made in Japan, and only a very small amount of it is produced every year. The amount you were infected with is equivalent to the amount of this aphrodisiac that Japan produces in a year. Gun Yinji's heart sank when she heard this, but she no longer had the strength to speak to him. Her body tilted, and she collapsed on the sofa in the room. She looked at Chun-Lai with watery eyes and bit her lip so hard it was about to bleed. Oh no! What should I do?" Chun-Lai was frantic. "Gun Yinji, you have to hold on. I'll call your guardian right now." Gun Yinji was not even 18 yet and had been infected with this aphrodisiac. How was she going to live in the future? Oh no. Chapter 3. Hua Xiaoheng was a soldier and wasn't in Sea City right now. He had accepted a secret mission a month ago and left the military base in Sea City. Even now, no one knew where he was. Before he left, he had entrusted Gun Yinji to Chun-Lai's care. He hadn't expected something to happen to her as soon as Hua Xiaoheng left. Chun-Lai thought of Hua Xiaoheng's intimidating eyes and the methods he used to deal with people. He felt like his heart was about to jump out his throat. Rubbing his phone, Chun-Lai glanced sideways at Gun Yinji, who was tossing and turning on the sofa and moaning. This must be the last resort, right? This was because Hua Xiaoheng, who usually left as he pleased, had secretly given Shanlai a number that would allow him to reach him at any time. Of course, when he gave him the number, he had also warned him not to call unless it was absolutely necessary. This was truly the last resort. Shanlai dialed the number that looked very special at first glance. Then he stared at the phone's call interface and kept nagging. "Pick it up. Answer it. Answer it." When Shanlai called, Hua Xiaoheng had already completed his mission and was waiting outside the Senate in the capital for a meeting. His mission this time was to convince the members of the Senate to agree to allocate funds to the newly established 6th military region. It wasn't time for him to go in yet. Hua Xiaoheng stood alone at the end of the walkway outside the large conference hall. His white-gloved right hand held a cigarette, and his left hand was in his trouser pocket. He stared at the night view outside the large glass window, lost in thought. A few beautiful female Senate interns with distinguished family backgrounds were looking at him curiously from a distance, but no one dared to approach him. Hua Xiaoheng was wearing a full general's uniform today. It was a navy blue wool jacket with shiny brass buttons buttoned all the way to the bottom of his neck, revealing his slender neck. The golden pine branches and a gold star on his epaulets sparkled under the lights. He wore a wide military rhinoceros leather belt around his waist and straight wool trousers of the same color. The seams of the trousers were so straight that it looked like they had been measured with a tape measure. On his feet, he wore knee-high riding boots. Even without shoes, he was 1.8 meters tall. With boots on, he was 1.9 meters tall. In addition, he had been living in the army since he was 15 years old. He was born a martial artist, so his shoulders were broad and his back was broad. Just standing there, he was like a mountain, giving people a huge pressure. The waistline of the uniform was extremely steep, and below it were all long legs. Even if one didn't look at his face, such a tall and handsome man would already make one's heart beat faster. What's more, he had a face so handsome that it made one despair. Fortunately, his handsome face was solemn and stern all year round, and he always gave people an indescribable pressure when he looked at them. He also had the indifference of "you're all trash," Gunyinji's words, so almost no one dared to get close to him. In the Special Operations Forces directly under the military headquarters, he was famous for being a flower on a high mountain. He could be seen from afar, but not approached. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the glass window. He blew out a faint puff of smoke and silently repeated the speech he was going to give in the Senate's conference hall later. Suddenly, his Bluetooth headset rang. That number was his private military secret number. Up until now, he had only told Shanlai that he could only call Gunyinji if something happened to her, as a last resort. Could something have happened to Gunyinji? Hua Xiaoheng composed himself and threw the cigarette in his hand into the trash can. "Speak." Hua Xiaoheng's deep, mellow voice traveled to Chunlai's ears on the other end of the line. Chunlai heaved a long sigh of relief and told him what had happened to Gunyinji. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. "Aphrodisiac? Why would you call me on this line for such a trivial matter? Can't you just give her the antidote?" His voice was low and indifferent, but Chunlai could still hear his displeasure. "Listen to me. This is no ordinary aphrodisiac. It's H3 of 7. Do you know that? If I had the antidote, why would I look for you? Listen to Ninji's voice." Chunlai said angrily. He put the phone to Gunyinji's mouth and said, "It's Hua Xiao, your guardian." Gunyinji's groggy mind felt like a ray of sunshine. She mustered all her strength and called out, "Hua Xiao." Then she completely lost consciousness. Gunyinji's voice was extremely soft and delicate when she said Hua Xiao. It was like a newborn kitten stretching out its chubby pads to play with the palm of his hand. Hua Xiaoheng was a serious and restrained person who had always treated Gunyinji like a junior. He couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when he heard her voice in such a solemn setting. Something was wrong. Hua Xiaoheng immediately asked, "How much longer can she last?" Chunlai looked at Gunyinji, who was already wriggling on the sofa and taking off her clothes. He said with a headache, "1 night at most. She'll be in trouble tomorrow. Look, she's already taking off her clothes." Hua Xiaoheng frowned again and said calmly, "Then tie her up and gag her. We'll treat it as Special Operations Forces training." "No way. This isn't training. I'm telling you, come back quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Then send her to your infirmary at the military base first. Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone and took out a cigarette. He lit it and took a drag before slowly exhaling a ring of smoke that gradually dissipated in the dusk. Chunlai glared at the phone and threw it away. He quickly grabbed a rope and tied Gunyinji up like a dumpling. Gunyinji couldn't move, and moans that sounded like she was sobbing came from her throat. Chunlai couldn't take it anymore, so he stuffed her mouth with gauze and helped her out of the house. They walked to the villa's underground garage, then tied her up in the car and drove out of the Xin Villa district to the military base in Sea City. Although Hua Xiaoheng's expression was normal, he was secretly anxious. He raised his wrist to look at his watch and called for his orderly, Fan Jian, to prepare a military plane for me. After the meeting, return to the base immediately. Remember, I want the fastest Gray Shadow. Tell them I'll help them test it. The Gray Shadow was the latest supersonic bat jet developed by the military. It could only seat 2 people at a time and was still in the testing phase. However, Hua Xiaoheng was a fighter pilot. In the entire Imperial military, if his flying skills were ranked second, no one would be ranked first. Fan Jian immediately stood at attention. Yes, sir. He then hurried away to prepare a plane for him. As soon as he gave the order, a beautiful woman with a slim figure walked out of the large conference hall and bowed to Hua Xiaoheng. Major General Hua, it's your turn. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was normal as he strode into the large conference hall. The large conference hall of the Imperial Senate was like a huge fan-shaped shell. The seats of the senators were spread out in the fan, low at the front and high at the back, with distinct levels. The speaker stood on the podium with the handle of the fan. Behind it was a huge electronic screen that took up an entire wall. Hua Xiaoheng walked up to the podium and put his feet together to salute the senators. He then introduced himself. Major General Hua Xiaoheng of the Imperial Army. I'm also the director of the Special Operations Forces directly under the military. I'm here to request 10 years of funding from the 6th Military Region. There was silence below the podium. After a while, a white-haired senator sitting in the front row asked in a suspicious tone, Major General Hua, our empire only has 5 major military regions: North, South, East, West, and Central. May I ask, where did the 6th Military Region come from? I'm starting a new book. This time, it's a novel that I've never written before. Everyone, please encourage and support me. Also, everyone, hurry up and join the bookshelf. There are also recommendation votes. The recommendation votes for the new book are very important. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 4. Hua Xiaoheng bowed slightly and said to the microphone on the podium, Yes, it's right that you didn't know. The 6th Military Region was expanded from the Special Operations Forces directly under the Army. It was never meant to be a mascot under the sun, but a guardian of the light that only existed in the dark. In terms of division of authority, other than the areas and matters under the jurisdiction of the 5 military regions, all other areas and matters are under the jurisdiction of the 6th Military Region. This was the result of a compromise between the 5 military regions and the Army Central Committee. Hua Xiaoheng had been transferred from the Army Central Committee to specifically establish the 6th Military Region. Huh? Major General Hua, are you sure? As far as I know, the 5 military regions already encompass the entire nation. There's not an inch of land left. May I ask what exactly you guys are in charge of? Another senator, who was in his 40s but had a potbelly like a woman who was 5 months pregnant, was even more confused. He tapped his pen on the table in front of him and shook his head as he looked at the appropriation report Hua Xiaoheng had submitted. How could there not be? Hua Xiaoheng picked up the laser baton on the podium and turned around. The large electronic screen behind him displayed a topographic map of the entire empire according to the preset program. Hua Xiaoheng used the laser baton to point at the map on the screen and drew a circle around the territory line. He said calmly, See? Everything outside this area is under the jurisdiction of the 6th Military Region. The senators sat up in shock. But, Major General Hua, are you sure you're not mistaken? Those are all other countries' territories. Yes. Hua Xiaoheng's indifferent face curved into what looked like a smile. Everything that doesn't belong to the Empire is under the jurisdiction of the 6th Military Region. The 6th Military Region is the Empire's military and only obeys the laws and order of the Empire. It's very simple. Everything that the 5 military regions can't do, but should do, will be handled by us. The 6th Military Region is the same as the previous Special Operations Forces. They don't need to report to the Senate, but only to the Supreme Military Commission of the Army. Hua Xiaoheng tapped the laser baton in his hand and turned off the territory map on the large electronic screen behind him. Hua Xiaoheng clasped his hands behind his back and spread his legs apart. He stood on the podium in a standard military posture and looked extremely fierce. He exuded an aura that normal soldiers didn't have. It was the kind of murderous aura that only people who had truly experienced large-scale bloodshed and frequent battlefields possessed. However, the Blue Planet hadn't had a large-scale battle for more than 70 years. Where did Major General Hua's murderous aura come from? The conference hall was filled with buzzing noises. The counselors looked at each other and whispered to each other, discussing this 6th military region that popped out of nowhere. All in all, the 6th Military Region will carry out the mission of the Special Operations Forces and protect the interests of the citizens of the Empire on the Blue Planet. Although there were only 6 main members, each of them had tens of thousands of supporters behind them. Every time we carry out an operation, we need to mobilize a large amount of resources, and we have more and more overlapping operations with other countries. So there's a need to formally establish a military region. The counselors pondered for a long time and came to a tacit understanding that this was related to the Empire's growing overseas interests. Soon, the buttons that agreed to the funding finally lit up one after another. There were a total of 100 people in the upper house of Imperial Parliament, and 98 votes in favor and 2 abstentions were cast in favor of the 6th Military Region's 10-year military expenditure bill. He had finally succeeded. Hua Xiaoheng's expression changed slightly. His military posture was ramrod straight as he stood up and saluted the senators again before calmly leaving the Grand Assembly Hall. As soon as he left, he saw his orderly immediately say, "Gray Shadow is ready. It's just outside on the tarmac." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and strode out. The female interns of the upper house of Imperial Parliament were excited to death, but they didn't dare to chase after him. They only clenched their fists behind him and shouted, "Major General Hua is so cool. Major General Hua, I'm your die-hard fan. Do you have Weibo? Are we fans of each other?" Hua Xiaoheng's expression was as calm as still water as he strode out of the Senate building, ignoring the shouts of the female interns behind him. By the time he sat in the military's newest supersonic bat fighter, Gray Shadow, his brows were already knitted into a knot. The orderly didn't dare ask him what happened, and only quickly sat beside him, put on his helmet, and became Hua Xiaoheng's co-pilot. Gray Shadow quickly flew into the night sky, emitting a thunderous sonic boom. Almost instantly, a snow-white sonic cloud appeared behind the Gray Phantom's fuselage. Like a black bat that had just flown out of the clouds in the Garden of Heaven, it instantly disappeared into the night sky. The orderly sat nervously beside Hua Xiaoheng and stared at the unpredictable clouds in front of them, whizzing past the cockpit at a dizzying speed. The avionics recording flight data made a squeaking sound, and the technicians monitoring Gray Shadow's flight data in a secret underground research and development room in the Empire were so excited that they were trembling. As expected of the Empire's ace pilot, Gray Shadow's data kept rising in Hua Xiaoheng's hands and had already exceeded their expectations. Success, success, success. When Gray Shadow showed that it had successfully landed, the technicians couldn't wait to jump out of their seats and cheer. Their voices shook the entire room, and they threw everything that could be thrown into the air. The monitoring room was filled with cheers and laughter, and many people even brought champagne to celebrate. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng was unfastening his helmet and seatbelt and walking out of Gray Shadow. As he walked, he said into his Bluetooth headset, "Look for Chun Lai." The Bluetooth headset with a cell phone function automatically dialed Chun Lai's number. "Chun Lai, where is he?" "Hua Xiao, you're here? That's great. I really don't have a choice. Come quickly. I don't dare make the decision myself." Chun-Li looked at the phone with relief. He's in the infirmary of the Sea City military base. Hua Xiaoheng turned a corner and walked straight to the infirmary building. Hua Xiao is back. Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao. The people in the military base were used to calling him Hua Xiao. When he founded the Special Operations Forces, he wasn't a major general yet, so the people here were very familiar with him. Calling him Hua Xiao made it feel like family. Hua Xiaoheng nodded, and his brows relaxed slightly. He quickly walked to the second floor of the infirmary building. Chun-Li came out of the room to greet him. He was a plump young man in his 20s, not tall, and wore a pair of black-framed glasses. His eyes were round, his nose was round, and even his mouth was round. His rotund body was wrapped in a doctor's white coat. His round face was flushed, and his forehead was covered in sweat at this time. Chun-Li wiped the sweat off his face with a handkerchief and pointed to the room. Nianji is inside. Hurry and go see her. You're the guardian, so you can make the decision when you're here. Hua Xiaoheng had never seen Chun-Li so panicked and embarrassed before. He pursed his lips and quickly walked to the inner room. Gu Nianji was tied up like a dumpling and curled up on the sofa in the corner of the room. Her consciousness was completely blurred, and she could only feel countless feathers brushing against her body. She was extremely hungry, and her throat made trembling moans. She wriggled around aimlessly like a small animal. Hearing that delicate voice, Hua Xiaoheng felt his scalp tingle again. He turned to look at Chun-Li coldly. What the hell is going on? Since there's no antidote, can't we just let her endure it? After doting on his wife, the new book started double update. Oh, intersection of intersection. Oh. Chapter 5. Endure it? Do you think she's a member of your special forces? Chun-Li glared at Hua Xiaoheng and complained about his inhumanity. The members of the Imperial Army's Special Operations Forces were the best of the best. During training, they were trained to the point where they didn't even shy away from using underhanded methods that other troops wouldn't use. For example, poisoning, aphrodisiac, and seduction. Everyone had experienced it before, so they had a strong resistance to it. Can I? Hua Xiaoheng glared at him, his eyes cold and murderous. Chun-Li took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead again. He murmured, "It's different this time. This aphrodisiac is called H3 of 7. Although it's considered an aphrodisiac, its effects are comparable to poison. It can arouse the deepest desires in a person's body. Once it enters the body, the consequences will be unimaginable. What if I let her endure it? What will the consequences be?" Hua Xiaoheng's voice was very cold and low, full of displeasure. Chun-Li looked at Gu Nianji, who was moving unconsciously on the sofa. He whispered, "If she doesn't relieve herself and persists, there will be two outcomes. One is that she won't be able to endure it and will die." Hua Xiaoheng froze and looked at Gu Nianji on the sofa. Hua Xiaoheng had become her guardian when she was 12. She had practically grown up with Hua Xiaoheng. In Hua Xiaoheng's eyes, she was still a little girl. But now, tortured by the aphrodisiac, Gu Nianji's body was curled up and looked incredibly soft. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and looked at Chun-Li. What if she survives it? If she's lucky and survives it, she won't die. However, she'll be asexual for the rest of her life. Chun-Li wiped the sweat from his forehead with his handkerchief again. Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed again. He walked forward a few steps, his riding boots making unhurried sounds on the floor. Gu Nianji, who had been trembling and moaning, seemed to sense something. She opened her unfocused eyes and turned her head in Hua Xiaoheng's direction. Her delicate palm-sized face revealed an expression of extreme desire. Chun-Li smiled bitterly. She's completely unconscious. I don't believe that she doesn't know how to respond if you call her name now. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in front of the sofa and picked up Gu Nianji, who was tied up tightly, with one hand pressing down on her head that kept moving. Go to my place. Hua Xiaoheng had a separate courtyard in the Special Operations Forces base. It was a 3-story building with tight security, and entry and exit required high-level security certification. Chun-Li nodded. I wanted to say this for a long time. It's safer to go to your place. There's so many people coming and going here. If those people see... He smiled bitterly. Although they were comrades who had gone through thick and thin with each other, they still had to think of Gun Yinji in this kind of situation. Qinlai took a blanket and draped it over Gun Yinji. Hua Xiaoheng wrapped Gun Yinji's entire body in a blanket and took the private elevator in Qinlai's infirmary downstairs. He took the underground passageway to the basement of his small courtyard and went up to the third floor. Qinlai was carrying a makeshift medical kit on his back, as well as his laptop bag. There were many of his handwritten notes that had yet to be organized into the computer. When they arrived at the third floor of Hua Xiaoheng's small building, Hua Xiaoheng put Gun Yinji on the large bed and untied her one by one. However, as soon as he untied her hands and feet, Gun Yinji pounced on him with red eyes like a little animal. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care. He held Gun Yinji's hands with one hand and couldn't move. He turned to Qinlai and said, "Come help me." Qinlai poked his head over to take a look and gestured from the side. "Tie her to the bed. Tie her legs and arms to prevent her from moving around." Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gun Yinji's exposed arms. They were already bruised and swollen from the rope. He thought about it and walked to the walk-in closet. After searching for a while, he took out a few blue and purple scarves and tied Gun Yinji to the bed. Qinlai's eyes widened. He pointed at the scarves and stammered, "Huh, Hua Xiao, you actually used Hermes scarves as ropes." "Oh my god, the cheapest Hermes scarf cost 5 or 6,000 yuan. It was at least 40 or 50,000 yuan. Was it really okay to take them out and tie them to Gun Yinji's wrists and ankles?" Hua Xiaoheng ignored him. He pursed his lips and quickly tied Gun Yinji's hands and feet to the four corners of the large bed. Qinlai helped from the side and looked at Hua Xiaoheng with a strange expression. "Hua Xiao, why do you have so many Hermes scarves?" "They were for women," Hua Xiaoheng said dryly. "Yinji likes Hermes scarves. When I went to France on a business trip, I went to the Hermes headquarters and bought a dozen or so. I planned to give them to her as a birthday present this year. Actually, it was because he didn't have the time to choose carefully, so he just casually looked around and bought all the new styles of this year. Therefore, there were all kinds of long and short, square, rectangular, and all kinds of colors. They were colorful, blue, purple, red, and white, and it was a feast for the eyes of the onlookers." Qinlai gave him a thumbs up and grinned. "Hua Xiao is Hua Xiao. You work hard and pay to be a guardian. You're really qualified." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him coldly and raised his chin at Gun Yinji. He got back to business. "You said that if she can get through it, she will become asexual? Why is that?" "It's like this. If she can get through it, she will have antibodies to a virus because she was stimulated by the most powerful aphrodisiac. After she gets through it, there will be nothing else that can make her a normal woman." Hua Xiaoheng's lips pursed even tighter. Even his chiseled jaw showed an obvious tension. His tall body was like a fully drawn bow. Anyone within 3 feet of him would be mercilessly shot to death by him. After a long time, he turned around and looked at Qinlai. His tone was so cold it could drop ice shards. "You're saying that there are only 2 possibilities for her. One is to die, and the other is to be asexual for the rest of her life? If that was really the case, wouldn't that be harming this girl for the rest of her life?" Qinlai shrank back in fear at Hua Xiaoheng's sudden display of gloom and coldness. He muttered, "No, there's a third way." "Then why aren't you telling me?" Hua Xiaoheng roared. Qinlai's legs turned to jelly. He hugged his head and squatted on the ground. He shouted incoherently, "That is to have sex with her. Just let her vent it through normal channels. That way, she won't be asexual for the rest of her life. She will only be more sensitive than the average woman." According to Qinlai's knowledge, this special drug was created by Masao Oda, a renowned biomedical expert at Tokyo Imperial University Hospital in Japan. It was originally created for the pleasure of the most powerful men in Japan. It was not meant to be forcefully carried out. Only someone like Hua Xiaoheng, who only had weapons and killing in his head, would think of asking a young girl to bear it. Qinlai couldn't help but curse Hua Xiaoheng inwardly. He really treats women like men, and men like livestock. He looked up to see that Hua Xiaoheng's eyes had already moved away. Qinlai quietly stood up with the help of the table and chair. He took off his foggy glasses and wiped them. He said, Actually, she will be fine as long as she find a man to sleep with. It's just that she's not even 18 yet, and she's not conscious at all. I can't make this decision, so I came to you. You're her guardian. As long as you agree, I will find a man immediately. He squinted at Hua Xiaoheng with his 800-degree myopia. Chapter 6. Hua Xiaoheng involuntarily clenched his fists. His eyes flashed as he silently folded his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on Chun Lai's face. Inch by inch, it was like he was being tortured. Find a man? Find who? What do you think she is? Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and walked towards Chun Lai step by step. Without glasses, he couldn't see Hua Xiaoheng's face clearly. Chun Lai only felt a gust of wind blow against his face. He could only take a few steps back and put on his glasses. He looked at the statement that Gu Nianji had just made and murmured, Nianji doesn't have a boyfriend yet. She's still a virgin, so she needs to find a reliable man. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He reached out and snatched the notes from Chun Lai's hands. He skimmed through the notes and then tore them down expressionlessly. He took out a lighter from his trouser pocket and lit it at the bottom of the notes before throwing it into the stainless steel trash can in the corner of the room. A ball of flame ignited from the trash can, and the statement was instantly reduced to ashes. Hua Xiao, what are you doing? Chun Lai stomped his feet and was about to rush over to put out the fire when Hua Xiaoheng stopped him. You actually recorded something like that on paper? Hua Xiaoheng glared at him. Do you have a brain? Tell me, did you record on the computer? That's very important data. Chun Lai screamed as he watched the detailed data record turn to ashes in the stainless steel trash can. His heart trembled with pain. Look at what you've done. I didn't even have time to enter it into the computer. Chun Lai was a medical genius and had an almost perverted obsession with all medical-related data. Hua Xiaoheng had destroyed his treasure in one go. Chun Lai was so angry he forgot to be afraid. He flicked his sleeves and walked back to the door. He crossed his arms and looked up at the ceiling. His expression darkened. Then don't say anything else. Find a man. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment and nodded with difficulty. He paced around the room and raised his conditions, one finger at a time. First, don't let anyone know. Second, find a man who is healthy, has no STD, and hasn't slept with anyone. It's best if he's a virgin. Third, you must forget everything after you've done it. Can I do that? Chun Lai rolled his eyes. It's not difficult to forget, but are you trying to find a son-in-law for her? He had to be healthy, have no STD, and be a virgin. Should they hold a martial arts competition to find a spouse? Moreover, this medicine is directly injected into her bloodstream, so the effect is more terrifying than taking it orally. I'm afraid one man won't be enough. We need at least 7. Hua Xiaoheng was silent again. After a while, he squeezed out the words from between his teeth. Into the bloodstream? Who did it? Don't worry about who did it. You have to solve her situation as soon as possible. She only has 24 hours, and 6 hours have already passed. Chun Lai pointed at his watch. If we delay any longer, she'll be the one suffering. Hua Xiaoheng remained silent. Sleeping with one man was one thing, but 7 at a time? This was too much. He had watched the little girl grow up with his own eyes and was about to make love with a different man. Just thinking about it made his head explode. Chun Lai glanced at Hua Xiaoheng from time to time, wanting to say something but hesitating. He knew that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't someone who could be persuaded unless he thought it through himself. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. Stop talking. Let me think about it. As he spoke, he took out a pack of cigarettes. His slender fingers took out a cigarette and put it to his mouth. He lit it and took a deep puff. He walked forward and pushed open the floor-to-ceiling windows that led outside the house. He stood on the balcony and stared at the mountains outside in a daze. It was already late at night. The Special Operations Forces base in Sea City was located in the hinterland of the mountains on the outskirts of the city. The moonlight shone through the treetops like a wash, bringing with it the slanted moonlight. It was cold and refreshing, but it couldn't dispel the heat in the bottom of his heart. Hua Xiaoheng stood quietly on the balcony with a cigarette in his hand, occasionally taking a puff. He stood there for an entire hour before returning to the house and saying to Chun-Li, "Don't look for anyone else." Chun-Li knew this would be the result when he stared at Hua Xiaoheng's back as he smoked on the balcony, because he had never seen Hua Xiaoheng hesitate like this. In the past, he could command thousands of troops with a snap of his fingers. As a soldier, a particularly outstanding soldier, hesitation at the last moment was the worst thing to do. But this time, Hua Xiaoheng unexpectedly hesitated. Chun-Li even stared at his back and secretly pressed the stopwatch to record the time. He wanted to see how long Hua Xiaoheng would hesitate. As it turned out, Hua Xiaoheng hesitated for an hour, a minute, and 20 seconds. A record. Chun-Li grinned and stretched out his arm to pat Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. "You've worked hard." He paused and said, "Are you planning to carry it alone?" Hua Xiaoheng threw away the cigarette in his hand and said in a low voice, "It was my negligence. I should have given her more protection." The Empire's military had specially requested him to be her guardian, but he had failed to complete the task. "How can you be blamed for this? It doesn't sound like you at all." Chun-Li imitated Hua Xiaoheng's tone. "What do you always say? Nothing is important except death. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Sleeping with a man wouldn't kill her. It was just to get rid of the drug. Why should she care about how many men she slept with?" Chun-Li secretly despised Hua Xiaoheng for not telling the truth. Of course, he wouldn't have dared to say it to Hua Xiaoheng's face even if he had 10,000 guts. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms in front of the bed and looked down at Gun Yinji, who was becoming more and more restless. He asked Chun-Li, "Is she completely unconscious?" "She definitely doesn't remember anything. She only has sensory sensations and can't recognize people at all." Chun-Li understood Hua Xiaoheng's concerns. Although Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji were not related by blood, Gun Yinji had grown up with Hua Xiaoheng since she was 12. He was her guardian and had always taken care of her as a junior. Now she had to face such an awkward situation. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Chun-Li nodded in understanding. "I know the severity of the situation. Also, this is a doctor's professional ethics to protect the patient's privacy." But he thought about it and said, "I'll keep it a secret from the military as well." "Okay, give me a military order. If you let anyone else know about this, you'll go to prison for the rest of your medical experiments." Hua Xiaoheng had always been cautious. Words had no proof. He wouldn't believe someone's oath. He really did take out a military order from the study and had Chun-Li sign it and press his fingerprint on it before letting him go. Chun-Li had wanted to remind Hua Xiaoheng of some things to take note of, but when he saw that Hua Xiaoheng had even taken out a military order, he felt disgusted and didn't want to say more. He threw a small box into Hua Xiaoheng's hands. "Take it. Remember to wear it." Hua Xiaoheng looked down to see it was an unopened box of condoms. "There are 20 here. It's definitely enough." Chun-Li looked up and down at Hua Xiaoheng's muscular body wrapped in his military uniform. He asked mischievously, "But can you do it? You're 28 this year, right? How many times did you do it in one night? Don't try to show off. You have to do it at least 7 times, and you have to let her completely release it each time. Can you do it? I have a little blue pill here. It's very aphrodisiac." Before he could finish, Hua Xiaoheng grabbed him by the collar and threw him out. "F***CK. Do you have to be so ruthless?" Chun-Li fell on his butt. He grimaced in pain, but the door had already slammed shut behind him. He could no longer hear the voices in the room. "I'm looking for recommendation votes for my new book. Dear friends, remember to add to the bookshelf _intersection. Chapter 7. The rooms in the Sea City Special Operations Forces base were all soundproof and anti-radio and electromagnetic interference, so no one would be able to eavesdrop or spy on them at all. After Chun-Li was thrown out, only Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji were left in the room. Since Gun Yinji had completely lost consciousness, she was no longer alone. Only Hua Xiaoheng was still conscious and normal. He was still in his military uniform and stretched out his long legs in military boots. He sat on the white hardwood sofa and stared at the bed. It was late at night, and there were no lights in the room. He had drawn the curtains, and the thick gold velvet, soundproofing curtain hung from the ceiling to the ground, not moving at all. Opposite him was his large bed, covered with clean and refreshing ivory-striped 1,800 Egyptian cotton bed sheets. Gunyinji had picked them out for him. He didn't actually care about these things. When he was out on missions, he had slept in snow, mud, polar regions, mountains, deserts, and swamps. But when he got home, he always listened to Gunyinji. Fortunately, although she was young, she had good taste. Everything she picked out was always to Hua Xiaoheng's liking. For example, this ivory-striped bedsheet was not only very comfortable, but it also perfectly matched his obsession with cleanliness. The pillow on the bed was the same color and quality Egyptian cotton memory pillow. It was said to be good for the cervical spine, and Gunyinji had specially picked it out for him. The only extra thing was a fresh and tender female body, Gunyinji. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but light another cigarette and stare at her for a long time. He didn't smoke. He just habitually lit a cigarette and held it between his fingers until the cigarette automatically extinguished. Only then did he look down and press the cigarette, but into the ashtray. There was a faint smell of smoke in the room. Hua Xiaoheng pressed the remote to turn on the ventilator to ventilate the room. The smell of smoke quickly disappeared. He slowly took out the pack of cigarettes from his pocket and threw it on the coffee table. Leaning back on the sofa, he let out a long sigh. He didn't know when he had pulled out a Zippo lighter. Gunyinji had also bought it for him. Hua Xiaoheng raised the lighter and lit it expressionlessly, then extinguished it. He lit it again, extinguished it again, lit it again, and extinguished it again. He fiddled with the lighter again and again. In the darkening room, only the occasional light from the lighter between his fingers illuminated his sculpture-like profile. He was so handsome that it made people despair, and so cold that it made people's hearts palpitate. It was very quiet inside and outside the house. Only Gunyinji's continuous moans could be heard from time to time. Her voice was so seductive that even bodhisattvas would want to renounce asceticism if they heard it. After an unknown amount of time, his phone screen suddenly lit up in the darkness. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. It was a text from Chunlai. Hua Xiao, have you started? Can you do it? If you can't, I'll help you find someone. It was only a night of passion. Moreover, Ninji was so beautiful, so there would definitely be a lot of people who would respond. I guarantee that no one will remember what happened afterward. I also guarantee that they will be healthy and will not have any STDs. Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed tightly as he abruptly smashed his phone and threw away the lighter in his hand. Standing up, he watched her for a long time before finally walking over to the bed and sitting on the headboard. He patted her face and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you sad? You need relief?" His gaze was unreadable and dark, so no one could detect his true thoughts. Gunyinji's consciousness had long since blurred. Her entire body was limp on the bed. Her skin was so soft that it was dripping water. It was like curd that had just formed. The slightest touch would cause it to tremble incessantly and ripple with alluring curves and rhythm. Her nose smelled a strong masculine scent. Gunyinji immediately raised her body to welcome it. She desperately wanted to touch the place that could give her relief. Hua Xiaoheng's night vision had always been very good. Although the room was dark, his eyes had already adapted to the darkness. The air was filled with a subtle, sweet scent. Gunyinji's face was unusually flushed, and her unfocused eyes were misty, which made her even more seductive. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and grabbed the long Hermes scarf left on the bedside table. He placed it on her face and held her head up. He tied a knot behind her head and blindfolded her. A dark blue Hermes scarf covered her watery eyes. Gunyinji actually couldn't see anything. Her consciousness had completely collapsed. It was like being locked in a dark room with no way out. All she could do was hang on. This state, in the depths of her consciousness, was not unfamiliar. After blindfolding her, Hua Xiaoheng took the opportunity to touch Gunyinji's cheek. It was warm and soft. At the same time, he felt his hand was sweaty and wet. It seemed like he couldn't hesitate anymore. Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath and stood up from the bed. He unbuckled the belt around his waist and threw it on the floor. Then he began to unbutton his military uniform. Starting from the bottom, his slender and powerful fingers worked their way up. He unbuttoned them one by one. Finally, he stopped at his neck and slowly unbuttoned the military uniform at his neck. He took off his military uniform and threw it on the sofa beside the bed. Then he shook off his knee-high military boots and walked to the bathroom in only his grayish-black boxer briefs. After a while, the sound of water splashing could be heard in the bathroom. A strong and beautiful man's silhouette was reflected on the frosted glass door of the bathroom. After showering, Xiaoheng walked out with a brown cotton bath towel around his waist and a bare chest. He turned on the corner light in the bedroom. His tall figure, like an ancient Greek god, was projected on the cream-colored wallpaper. His skin was slightly brown, and his shoulders were broad. His well-defined V-line wrapped around his 8-pack and went straight down to the towel around his waist. His waist was strong and narrow, and his hips were perky. Further down, his legs were strong and straight, containing great explosive power. He stood by the bed and lowered his head. A drop of water slowly dripped from his hair and rolled down his Adam's apple to his muscular chest. Gun Yinji was struggling on the bed. Her clothes had long been crumpled into a ball of pickled vegetables. Her exposed skin was completely pink. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her expressionlessly. He pulled off his towel and threw it on the sofa. His lower body had long been ready. It couldn't get any harder. He frowned. Could it be that all these years of anti-seduction training had no effect? When he was training in the past, even after taking aphrodisiacs, he could still keep a straight face and be completely indifferent to the most seductive swallows. All these years, he had never had actual combat experience. Part of the reason was because his willpower and self-control were too strong. No one had been able to truly arouse his unquenchable desire. He had always thought of himself as a perfect war machine. So this time, Hua Xiaoheng was very puzzled and dissatisfied with his robust body. He took a deep breath and frowned as he lay down on the bed. The extremely elastic mattress sank heavily. He turned off the corner light on the wall. The bedroom was immediately pitch black. She couldn't even see her fingers in front of her. Gun Yinji was completely dominated by her senses and intuition. She sensitively felt the scent of her desire appear next to her. She moaned and anxiously rubbed herself against Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng patted Gun Yinji's head and flipped over. He used his teeth to unbutton Gun Yinji's clothes one by one. He said quietly, "I'm sorry. It was just to get rid of your aphrodisiac." Gun Yinji, who was tumbling in hunger and thirst, felt like she had drunk fine wine. The alluring masculine scent filled her nose and mind. She couldn't think or identify it. She only wanted to touch and hug the body so close to her to relieve the empty and full desire in her heart. But her hands and feet were tied tightly. There was no way she could break free. She could only try her best to arch her snow-white, delicate body and send it towards the source of heat. Hua Xiaoheng's facial features were exquisite and had a kind of fierce handsomeness. He was especially lethal to women when he was silent. In the dark bedroom, facing the unconscious Gun Yinji, his fierceness unexpectedly softened. His slender, strong, and clean fingers caressed the side of her face. Gun Yinji turned her head and buried her cheek in his palm. She greedily breathed in his scent. There was a fire burning in her chest. She wanted to get closer, closer, and closer. Chapter 8. Pressing down on her shoulders, Xiaoheng's entire body was suspended above her body. Exerting force with his arms, he pinned her down so that she couldn't move. Hua Xiaoheng actually didn't want to touch her body. He was afraid that it was a trap that would doom him eternally. Once he tried it once, he wouldn't be able to quit. But before he could lean down, she had already come up. Her enchanting female body danced like tangled silk, rising higher and higher until it was bent like an upside-down bow, trying to get closer to his strong and wide bronze chest. Where their hearts were as one, one side was as soft as water, while the other was as hard as iron. And he couldn't help but moan at the same time. Her voice was gentle and seductive, but there was relief after enduring for a long time. His voice, on the other hand, was a sudden outburst. Hua Xiaoheng's heart trembled. He had never lost control like this before, and he wouldn't allow himself to lose control like this. He couldn't have any weaknesses. Raising his head, he took 2 long breaths in the darkness to calm his racing heart. His eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. Although it was still blurry, he could see her face. Her eyes were covered with a silk scarf, which just happened to highlight her exquisite and tall nose. Her small, plump, and well-defined lips were slowly blooming in front of him like a rose. She panted more and more urgently, her body rising and falling, and her lips opening and closing like bait. Any bait must be sweet and delicious. He reached out and held her delicate cheeks, his right thumb inadvertently brushing past her lips. Moist, trembling, and incredibly soft. As if burned, he quickly moved his fingers away, his right hand moving down her cheek and landing on her delicate collarbone. Although they were bones, they were so fragile that he could break them with a light touch, right? Hua Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment. His fingers gently brushed past her collarbone like a gentle breeze, caressing her thin shoulders, her soft arms, and then moved to her waist. He was slightly stunned. A truly slender waist that couldn't be held with one hand. Pursing his lips, his Adam's apple rolled up and down with difficulty, and then down. Hua Xiaoheng panted heavily. His entire body hung motionless above her body, actually not daring to approach. He purposely avoided her soft chest, but he couldn't avoid the most secret place. Although Hua Xiaoheng had never done it with anyone before, he had plenty of theoretical knowledge. He had also seen many women's bodies during his anti-seduction training. Some were voluptuous, some were skinny, some were slender, and some were petite. He was familiar with all kinds of skin colors and races, but he had never fallen in love. In front of those women, he could even restrain his physiological desires and not react. As for Gunyinji, Xiaoheng coughed lightly and rationally decided not to think about it. Her delicate body fell into his palm, and as he rubbed it, it slowly bloomed. In front of his powerful body, she was so weak. How could she? Hua Xiaoheng felt that he shouldn't think too much about it. Just thinking about it made him sweat profusely, and his entire body stiffened like iron. He clamored to throw himself into that tight and warm place, to soothe his desire, and also to quench her thirst. But he also knew that Gunyinji was still a virgin, so he couldn't force himself on her. Instead, he needed more time to grind it out. Hua Xiaoheng was sweating profusely from enduring it, but he had to endure it again and again. His fingertips were slightly calloused from holding a gun all year round. When he gently caressed her body, it caused even more numbness. Gunyinji's moans became more and more intoxicating. Her body was extremely sensitive and unbelievably soft. Her bones were already soft from the aphrodisiac, and now that Hua Xiaoheng was caressing her, her feelings gathered in his palm like a summer storm, violent and intense. She wanted to get closer to the source that she couldn't stop. She wanted something to fill the emptiness in her. Unfortunately, her wrists and ankles were tied up by the silk scarves, so she couldn't break free. The heat from Hua Xiaoheng's palm became more and more intense, and she also became hotter and softer. Finally, when Hua Xiaoheng's entire body was about to explode, he barged in and grabbed the headboard of the large bed with one hand to swing it forcefully. Gunyinji's entire body was already trembling. Her eyes couldn't see anything, and her mind couldn't think. She only knew to raise her body again and again, wanting to get closer to him. However, he suddenly moved his hands away and no longer touched her body. Instead, he supported himself on the bed on either side of her head. Gritting his teeth, his body sank down, and the mattress rose and fell with him, making a squeaking sound. Gunyinji's moans became louder, and her body hurriedly moved forward and upwards. Her waist danced, and her voice was extremely seductive. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes sparkled. He had already adapted to the darkness, and he could clearly see her red lips opening and closing. The veins on his forehead were about to pop. Sweat slid down his chest, dripped on her chest, and rolled down the smooth skin of her chest onto the thin, ivory, checkered bedsheets. Knowing that it was her first time, he tried his best to control himself and not go too far. However, it was also his first time, and this kind of unimaginable pleasure almost made him lose his mind. After the initial piercing pain, Gunyinji's body quickly sank into a sea of desire. Her body floated up and down, and she wanted to hug the source of the pleasure, but her hands and feet were tied tightly. She couldn't help but cry out of anxiety. Moans and tiny sobs intertwined. Hua Xiaoheng, who had always had incredible willpower and restraint, felt like he was about to go crazy. At the most critical moment, Gunyinji was almost knocked into the headboard by him. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes and hands were sharp. At this critical moment, he was still able to distract himself and use his hand to stop her head from hitting it. As soon as his hand touched her head, Gunyinji shuddered. All the blood in her body seemed to converge from the top of her head and rush to a point inside her body. Gunyinji let out a short, sharp cry that was between a scream of pain and pleasure from the depths of her throat. Hua Xiaoheng also couldn't help but let out a rough roar. Fortunately, the room was soundproof. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but think of this. If anyone else heard Gunyinji's voice, he suddenly had the urge to kill. Everything came quickly and passionately. Even though she was blindfolded, she could see golden flowers appear in front of her eyes. Her mind was empty, and her whole body was exhausted. He suddenly pulled away from her and covered himself with a towel. Not long after, the bedroom was filled with the strong scent of heather. The harmonized version was delivered. Also, to explain, the swallow mentioned in the previous chapter was a code name for the former Soviet KGB female spy, and the crow referred to the former Soviet KGB male spy. These were all proper nouns, not coined by certain Han. Intersectioners for intersection. In this chapter, the scent of heather, haha, also has a special meaning. As for the specifics, you can Baidu, come, ask for a few recommendation votes. Chapter 9. Hua Xiaoheng panted and looked at Gunyinji, who was also panting under him. He asked quietly, "Are you feeling better?" Gunyinji didn't answer, and he didn't know if she heard him clearly. However, according to Chenlai, she was still in a completely unconscious state, so there was no point in asking. Hua Xiaoheng panted a few more times before taking the dirty towel to the bathroom to wash. Because it was both his and Gunyinji's first time, Hua Xiaoheng intentionally didn't wear a condom for the first time because he couldn't explain it himself. There were still 6 more times, and he still had to wear a condom. Hua Xiaoheng came out of the bathroom and even brought a basin of water to wipe Gunyinji. He didn't turn on the light and only used the dim light in the bathroom to quickly wipe the sweat off her body. After all, he didn't wear a condom, and it was his first time, so it was inevitable that he was a bit indulgent. He reached over and finished wiping quickly, then threw the towel back into the basin. After everything was cleaned up, he lay down beside her. Gunyinji didn't move at all and was as obedient as before she was drugged. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and felt a bit lucky. Maybe he didn't really have to do it 7 times. He turned to the side and untied the Hermes scarves that bound Gunyinji's hands and feet. He rubbed the red and swollen bruises on her wrists. As he rubbed, Gunyinji's calm breathing became heavy again. She turned her head and faced Hua Xiaoheng's direction with her eyes covered and pouted her red lips at him. Hua Xiaoheng was looking down to rub her wrists when he suddenly felt Gunyinji slowly move closer. He quietly looked down and didn't look at her. He only wanted to know what she would do next. In the end, a pair of plump lips pressed against his chin, and a nimble little tongue stuck out of her mouth to lick his chin. Hua Xiaoheng froze, not because Gunyinji had licked his chin, but because as soon as she touched him, he immediately reacted. This was too fast. Did the countless seduction and aphrodisiac training he had endured in the past not count? Hua Xiaoheng expressionlessly reached out and pulled Gunyinji into his arms. The first time, he had been very careful not to touch her body, but after his mind cleared up, he remembered that Chenlai had told him that he could forget about it, so he didn't have to worry about it the second time. Gunyinji wasn't short, but she appeared petite in front of Hua Xiaoheng. She snuggled in his arms and kept twisting. Her throat let out moans that sounded like she was crying and complaining. Her head moved back and forth in his arms like a little beast dominated by desire. But it was so soft and tender that people could not help but feel pity for it. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head, his large hands holding her slender waist. His heart skipped a beat. Gunyinji's body was too soft. Did she have bones in her body? His big hands couldn't help but caress her body. From her waist up to her armpits, he lifted her up as if he was carrying a child and turned her over onto his body. He had forgotten to turn off the bathroom light, and the dim yellow light shone through the frosted glass. The woman in front of him was young and full, and had a very contradictory charm. "You want again? What?" Xiaoheng whispered in her ear and finally reached for the box of condoms that Chan Lai had given him on the bedside table. He took one out and tore it open. He had wanted to take it slow, but seeing Gunyinji's eager expression, the drug was spreading, and her desire was even stronger than before. Xiaoheng gritted his teeth and barged in. Gunyinji's throat made a soft, delicate sound. It sounded like she was in pain, but it could also be pleasure. Hua Xiaoheng's scalp went numb, and his jaw tightened. Gunyinji wasn't restrained by the silk scarf this time. Her arms wrapped around Hua Xiaoheng's shoulders, and she was even more passionate than the first time. The large bed rose and fell again, and the undulations were even greater than the first time. This time, Hua Xiaoheng held Gunyinji's entire body in his arms without hesitation. They fit together so well that her second time came even faster than the first. Gunyinji's body suddenly arched into a bow, and her entire body hung in the air. Her slender neck arched back, and she let out a seductive scream. Hua Xiaoheng lasted a little longer the second time, and he had a strong body to begin with, so he wasn't done yet. Under his relentless pursuit, she was caught off guard for the third time. Hua Xiaoheng kept up the momentum and didn't want to let her go at all. In a very short time, he made her release again. This time, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't bear it anymore and followed suit. She had already done it 4 times, and Hua Xiaoheng was only doing it twice. This time, because he had a condom, he cleaned up quickly and threw the condom into the sealed stainless steel trash can at the head of the bed. He also took out a tissue from the bedside to wipe it, then laid back and closed his eyes. She had already released 4 times, so she should be feeling better, right? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and turned to look at her for a while. Seeing that Gunyinji's breathing gradually calmed down and she didn't move for a long time, and her breathing was even, he finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. However, he was alert even in his sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when Gunyinji moaned and wrapped herself around him again, he didn't even open his eyes, but his lower body had already reacted. He grabbed another condom from the bedside table, then pressed her down on the bed and hesitated for a moment. Gunyinji couldn't wait anymore and wanted to lean on him. Hua Xiaoheng didn't think too much about it and lowered his head to put her down. Gunyinji suddenly felt like her entire person was complete. This time, it was Gunyinji's turn to take the initiative. Hua Xiaoheng didn't expect that this little girl, who usually looked obedient, would be so unforgiving in bed. She was like a demon from Liaozhai who sucked the blood of scholars and wanted nothing more than for people to die on top of her. And it had to be said that when she took the initiative, it really made people's souls fly away. There were a few times when he couldn't help but let out muffled moans from his nose, and then he held her waist tightly to prevent her from moving again. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to lose this battle. He was a very male chauvinist. Even in bed, he was unreasonable and unforgiving. How could he come out before the little girl came out? He couldn't be so fast. And he did. In less than a quarter of an hour, she died twice. She could only exhale but not inhale. This time it was too intense, and both of them looked a little sluggish after. Hua Xiaoheng was a well-trained soldier, so he was the first to come back to his senses. He picked up the watch on the bedside table and looked at it. It was already 4 in the morning. This time, the two of them lasted for nearly an hour. She rolled over and threw the condom into the sealed stainless steel trash can at the bedside table before letting out a long sigh. Counting the number of times, she had already done it 6 times. She should be fine with just one more. He turned to look at Gun Yinji's gradually calming breathing. It was already much better than before. This time, she could sleep a little longer, right? Hua Xiaoheng couldn't sleep. He always got up at 4 or 5 in the morning to exercise. Although last night was ridiculous, he could still hold on thanks to his usual high-intensity training. He quietly got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The harmonized version was sent out again. Yesterday's chapter had been censored and would only be released at night. My friends can scroll forward and read yesterday's chapter. I wonder if today's chapter will be censored. Oh my God, come on, Monday. Please give me a few recommendation tickets to comfort my wounded little heart. P.S. Thank you, Fish G, for the gift of Heshabi. Mwah. Chapter 10. It was the end of March, so the nights in Sea City were still very cold. However, Huaxiaoheng's small building had a constant temperature throughout the year and was regulated by central air conditioning, so he didn't feel too cold or too hot. However, he had just gone through an intense exercise that he had never experienced before, so his emotions were a bit complicated. He needed cold water to clear his head. The cold water splashed onto his head, and it was indeed like a bucket of cold water. His slightly messy emotions instantly calmed down. He would just treat it as a mission, just like the thousands of missions in the past. Although the mission this time was a little more erotic and less difficult, it was still just a mission. There was no other meaning. However, before he completely forgot, he had to carefully reflect on it, standing under the shower in the bathroom. Huaxiaoheng supported himself with one arm on the wall and closed his eyes to enjoy the cool water washing over him. The cold expression on his face finally relaxed. After the shower, he draped a towel around his neck and strode out of the bathroom with his long, strong legs. The corners of his mouth twitched when he smelled the strong, fishy smell in the bedroom. He found a remote control and turned on the indoor exhaust fan again to change the air in the room again. Then he sat down on the white hardwood sofa and planned to smoke the legendary after-sex cigarette. However, before he could light the cigarette, he heard Gunyinji roll around on the large bed again. There was also a slight panting coming from her throat. Her hands began to wave as if she wanted to grab the silk scarf covering her face. Huaxiaoheng paused and threw away the cigarette in his hand. He leaped onto the bed and grabbed her waving arms with one hand, raising them above her head. Smelling the strong scent of male hormones, Gunyinji no longer tried to grab the scarf covering her face. She only relied on her sense of smell to rub against Huaxiaoheng. In just one night, Huaxiaoheng discovered that he had already been trained to be ready and hard at any time. He had just taken a shower, so his body was still very dry. However, certain parts of his body were already murderous. Just as he was about to lean down, he realized that his large bed was wet. Huaxiaoheng furrowed his brows and lifted Gunyinji off the bed with his large hands. There were no other beds in the bedroom. He looked around and carried her to the white hardwood sofa he had been sitting on earlier. He put Gunyinji down. He didn't think the sofa was narrow before, but after squeezing 2 people, it seemed a little heavy. This sofa should be changed. Huaxiaoheng, who was burying his head into the vibrating sofa, suddenly had this ridiculous thought. They didn't know if it was because they were in a different place, and both of them felt it was very fresh, or if it was because it was the last time, but Gunyinji's body was already at the end of its tether. Huaxiaoheng only knew that Gunyinji had already vented before he could get into the zone. This was the 7th time. Huaxiaoheng pursed his lips as he watched Gunyinji gasp for air. Her heartbeat was gradually returning to normal, but her face was extremely pale. In the end, he didn't continue. Although he didn't get relief the last time, it was enough for Gunyinji. He had done it with her to understand her aphrodisiac, not for his own pleasure. Huaxiaoheng moved away from her and got up to tidy up. Then he went to the closet in the closet to get a clean sheet that was exactly the same and changed into it. He walked back to the sofa and saw that Gunyinji was already sound asleep. This time, it was really different from the previous times when she was unconscious. Huaxiaoheng picked her up and put her on the bed with clean sheets. He covered her with a thin blanket and tucked her in. He hesitated for a moment, but didn't remove the silk scarf covering her eyes. Seeing that she was fast asleep, he hurried to the bathroom and showered again. He changed into a black round-neck t-shirt and a pair of military camouflage pants. Opening the French windows in the bedroom, he walked to the small balcony and finally lit the after-sex cigarette to smoke leisurely. Standing on the balcony with his arms crossed, his eyes were dark as he looked at the distant mountains. He seemed to have something on his mind, but it was also possible that he wasn't thinking about anything. The light purple mist lingered between the mountains, and the rising sun peeked out from the back of the mountains. It was about to stand out from the crowd. At that moment, the wake-up call sounded in the bass. The valley that had been as tranquil as a paradise suddenly became lively. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the familiar scene and blew out a smoke ring. He raised his hand, and the remaining cigarette, but in his hand drew a beautiful parabola before falling steadily into the trash can in the corner of the balcony. Taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air, he turned to enter the house. Closing the French windows and pulling the soundproof gold velvet curtains, Xiaoheng glanced at Gunyinji on the bed. She was still sleeping, motionless. She must be exhausted. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's lips curved slightly as he walked to the bedroom in a good mood. As soon as he opened the bedroom door, he heard a thud. A fat figure tumbled inside, its round head hitting the ground with a thud. Hua Xiaoheng's brows twitched as he said in a low voice, "Chun Lai." The person who tumbled into the bedroom was, of course, the miracle doctor, Chun Lai, who had been waiting outside the door all night. Rubbing the back of his head, he stood up with the help of the door frame and stared at Hua Xiaoheng. You finished? What about me?" Hua Xiaoheng's expression was so cold it could scrape off a layer of Arctic ice. "Who allowed you to sit in front of my door? I was just worried about you." Chun Lai mumbled as he snuck a glance at Hua Xiaoheng and asked furtively, "How many times did you do it?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't answer and waved his hand without changing his expression. "Go in and see if she's done." "Oh, really?" Chun Lai rushed to the living room and brought over his medical kit that was comparable to a simple battlefield hospital. He was so excited that he stuttered, Why, you're done? You really did it 7 times?" Hua Xiaoheng adopted a completely evasive attitude towards his questions. He lowered his head and took out a pack of cigarettes from his camouflage pants pocket. He lit one and took a deep drag. He watched as Chun Lai opened the medical kit and took out a syringe to take a blood sample from Gunyinji's arm. Gunyinji was still fast asleep, her fair arm resting on the pillow. Her face was pale. Her eyes were still covered with a bluish-purple scarf. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at it and felt a bit hot. He looked down and took 2 deep drags of a cigarette. While Chun Lai was on hemodialysis, he walked over and pushed his shoulder. "Come out and talk." Chun Lai set up the equipment and waited for the test results before walking out of the bedroom with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng poked his head into the room to make sure Gunyinji was still fast asleep. He gently closed the bedroom door and opened his hand to Chun Lai. "Give it to me." "Give what?" "Oh, what do you want? What do I owe you?" Chun Lai squinted at Hua Xiaoheng suspiciously. "I'm very nearsighted and can't see clearly. Don't lie to me." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and pursed his lips. "The medicine. You said it can make people forget." Chun Lai was taken aback. "Forget what? Don't play dumb." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was low and cold. His gaze was piercingly cold as he stared at Chun Lai like a knife. "Didn't you say that you could find someone to help and guarantee that they wouldn't remember anything? How can you guarantee that they won't remember?" "Huh? Oh." Chun Lai finally understood. His expression changed in an instant. After a moment, he rubbed the back of his head and said blankly, "That medicine, you want to take it too? You're not an outsider." Well, Xiaoheng glanced at him and continued to spread his hands. "Cut the crap. Where's the medicine?" Chun Lai really didn't expect that Hua Xiaoheng would also need medicine to help him forget. His round mouth opened and closed again. After a moment, he said helplessly, "Well, Hua Xiao, it's like this. That medicine has to be taken before doing it. It can guarantee that they won't remember anything after. Just like Ninji. Look at her. She won't remember anything when she wakes up." In other words, it was enough to make people enter a state of confusion and rely on their instincts to act. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. As expected, Chunlai shrank back. He wanted nothing more than to hide his round body in a hole in the ground. He stammered, "It's useless to take it after doing it. Hua Xiao, it's already too late for you to ask me for the medicine that can erase part of your memory now. Ask for a few recommendation votes." Chapter 11. Hua Xiaoheng was expressionless, but his eyes grew darker, like the ocean before a hurricane. He crossed his arms and looked down at Chunlai. "Is there really no other way?" "Not exactly." Chunlai felt a little smug. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then took out a spectacle cloth to take off his glasses and slowly wiped them. "What do you mean? If you really want to erase your memory afterward, there's only a physical method for now. That is surgery to remove a part of your frontal lobe." Chunlai glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and didn't wait for him to respond. He continued quickly, "But the consequences are very serious. Hua Xiao, as a high-ranking general, the military will never agree to this kind of surgery. Also, what reason can you use to convince the military to allow you to have surgery, right?" Chunlai analyzed the pros and cons for Hua Xiaoheng with great sincerity. F***CK. Hua Xiaoheng punched the metal door hard, making a fist-sized dent. Chunlai's eyebrows twitched when he saw this. He chuckled. "Hua Xiao, you don't have to do this, do you? With your willpower and control, it's only a matter of time before you forget this kind of memory, and it won't cause you any trouble, right?" "Of course not." Hua Xiaoheng expressionlessly rubbed his fist in front of Chunlai, cracking his knuckles. Chunlai was sweating again. He knew he had to change the subject quickly, or he would be dead. In a moment of desperation, he thought of Gun Yinji and immediately raised her as a shield. "Hua Xiao, I have to go check on Yinji. She's still a virgin. I don't know what you did to her last night." "Stop right there." Hua Xiaoheng stopped him with a frown. "Get a female doctor to examine her." "Hua Xiao, you're discriminating against male doctors." Chunlai protested sternly, but before Hua Xiaoheng's expression changed, he immediately opened his pager and said, "Dr. Yi, come to Hua Xiao's building. There's a secret mission that requires you." Hua Xiaoheng finally let him go and retracted his hand. He walked to the window and crossed his arms as he looked out. "I don't need to teach you what to say and what not to say, do I?" I know. Understood. Chunlai hurriedly nodded and bowed. He had a good attitude in admitting his mistake. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him coldly and didn't say anything else. Not long after, Yi Zitan walked over with her medical kit. She saluted Hua Xiaoheng first, then looked at Chunlai. "Dr. Chun, what's the mission?" Chunlai gestured towards a bedroom and led her inside. He said in a low voice, "It's like this, Yinji. You recognize it, right? The little girl was accidentally raped by someone. We just saved her. Go and check on her. See if her injuries are serious. Give her some medicine." Yi Zitan was also a military doctor and Chunlai's subordinate. She was shocked to hear this and quickly said, "Huh? Who did it? Did you catch him?" Chunlai glanced in Hua Xiaoheng's direction and saw that Hua Xiaoheng had silently turned around to face the window. The corners of Chunlai's mouth turned up. He coughed lightly and said unhappily, "Why are you asking so many questions? With Hua Xiao around, are you worried that you won't be able to catch the culprit? Let me tell you, Hua Xiao has already killed the murderer, but you must remember to keep this a secret. Later, Hua Xiao will ask you to sign a military order. Do you understand the severity of this?" "Oh, I understand. I'll definitely keep it a secret." Yi Zitan nodded sullenly and carried the medical kit to the bedroom. The room was very dark. Yi Zitan first turned on the lights, then put on gloves and lifted the thin blanket covering Gun Yinji's body. She gasped at the scene in front of her. What a beast. How could he be so cruel? He completely disregarded the little girl's health. Yi Zitan saw the deep and shallow bruises on Gun Yinji's body and the swelling of her lower body. She was furious and cursed in the bedroom. Men who committed crimes deserved to die a horrible death. Even turning his bones into ashes was letting him off easy. Chunlai's face contorted as he held back his laughter at the door. He was about to suffer internal injuries. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched as he stood by the window. He returned to his usual expressionless face and calmly turned around to walk out the door. His hands were in the pockets of his camouflage pants, and he habitually wore a Bluetooth headset. He came down from the third floor and saw that it was still early. He decided to go for a morning exercise and run a 10-kilometer obstacle course to vent his pent-up energy. Just as he ran out, another call came in through his Bluetooth headset. This time, it was an operator from the military base. "Hua Xiao, there's a message from your civilian line. It's about Miss Gu. Would you like to listen to the message?" Hua Xiaoheng was Gu Nianji's guardian, but his true identity had never been made public. The number he gave Gu Nianji was a civilian number, and he was only a small employee in a company. Therefore, Gu Nianji's classmates and friends only knew that she was an orphan and had an uncle from an ordinary family as her guardian. "Tell me, what's the matter?" "It's like this. Miss Gu's post-grad interview is today." The call came from Miss Gu's university department. They called more than 10 times in the morning, but no one picked up. Finally, they called your number. "Post-grad interview?" Hua Xiaoheng frowned and suddenly remembered that Gu Nianji seemed to have told him a while ago that she wanted to take the post-grad exam. Could it be that she had already finished and was going for the interview? Hua Xiaoheng stopped running and dialed Chunlai's number. He asked calmly, "Chunlai, did Nianji take the post-grad entrance exam?" Chunlai replied with an "oh" and nodded. "She did. I think she got first place." "What's wrong?" Hua Xiaoheng lit a cigarette and said to Chunlai, "Then when will she wake up? Did you know that she has her post-grad interview today?" "Interview? Forget it. Even if she wakes up today, she won't be able to get out of bed. She's been tortured too much. I'm afraid she'll have to stay in bed for a week before she can get out," Chunlai said sarcastically as he knocked on the table. Hua Xiaoheng took a long drag on his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. He said calmly, "Okay, then give her a sick note. The more sick, the better. I'll get someone to send it to Nianji's university department and see if they can push the interview back." Chunlai didn't refuse. He knew that Gu Nianji really wanted to become a law student. As he fiddled with his hemodialysis equipment in his bedroom, he said into his headset, "No problem, but do you want me to get someone to put in a good word with the university? Otherwise, it'll be bad if they try to be bureaucratic. I'll get Yin Shixiang to do that." Hua Xiaoheng changed his phone and dialed Yin Shixiang's number. Yin Shixiang was one of Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretaries. He was usually the one to deal with other departments. He was loyal, smooth, and had a glib tongue that could coax the birds out of the trees. When Yin Shixiang received Hua Xiaoheng's call, he quickly agreed and immediately came over to collect the sick note and diagnosis report. He personally drove to Gu Nianji's university department to ask for leave from the teacher. It was 15 minutes before the interview began. Feng Yishi was wearing a light gray suit and skirt. She waited in the conference room with dignity. Today was the interview for Professor He Jichu in B City. Gu Nianji hadn't shown up yet. She probably wouldn't be able to make it. Feng Yishi looked down to hide the joy on her face. In the office next door, He Jichu, a professor in a white suit at B City University's Faculty of Law, had his back to the door. He said impatiently, "If you're going to be late for the interview, then don't come. Why are you asking for sick leave?" "Professor, our Miss Gu really has an acute illness. Please take a look at this sick note from a professional doctor. There's also a diagnosis report." Yin Shixiang put on an act and took out the medical report he had received from Chunlai. Of course, the illness was fake. The truth could not be revealed. He Jichu turned away from the window and looked down at the sick note and diagnosis report that Yin Shixiang handed to him. Yin Shixiang quietly looked at He Jichu and was secretly shocked. He didn't expect the famous B University Faculty of Law professor to be so young. The tailored white suit on his tall and straight body made him look even more elegant and handsome. Chapter 12. Leaning against the computer chair behind the desk, He Jichu put his hand on the armrest and extended an arm to take the medical leave slip and diagnosis report from Yin Shixiang. He glanced at it and said coldly, "She's really sick? If she's really sick, then what's the point of us taking this leave?" Yin Shixiang spread his hands and said with a pained expression, our Nianji got first place. If she wasn't so sick that she couldn't get out of bed, why wouldn't she come? He looked up at him, the corners of his long and narrow eyes slightly raised. Really? In Shixiao knew that He was not only a professor and doctoral supervisor at the B University, the best university in the empire, but he was also a top student at Yale Law School, a tenured professor at Harvard Law School, and a partner at the top law firm in the United States. This kind of person would never easily believe the words of others. That was why he didn't reason with He. Instead, he took a different approach and tried his best to flatter him. Professor He, our Nianji has admired you since she was young. She said she wanted to be your graduate student since a long time ago. When she found out you were coming for the interview, she was so happy that she couldn't sleep for days. You can't kill the hope of a good student. The corners of He eyes twitched. He closed Gu Nianji's file and put it aside. He said dryly, "You're going too far." However, Gu Nianji got first place this time, so I'll give her a chance. Let her come for the interview in 3 days at this time. I won't wait for her after the deadline. In Shixiang was overjoyed and quickly got up. No problem, no problem. We'll be there in 3 days. At the moment, Yi Zitan had already left the Sea City Special Operations Forces base. Only Chun Lai stayed in Hua Xiaoheng's bedroom to fiddle with his medical equipment. Gu Nianji was still fast asleep on the large bed next to him. Chun Lai looked at the freshly printed hemodialysis results and read them carefully. Gu Nianji's blood was completely clean. The adverse effect from being infected with H3Ob7 had all been eliminated. This meant that Gu Nianji had vented at least 7 times that night. Chun Lai looked at the data and compared it with the information he had gathered about H3Ob7. He shook his head in amazement. Hua Xiao was indeed Hua Xiao. He was really amazing. Chun Lai hummed a tune as he carried the medical kit out of the bedroom. He said to Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting in the living room eating breakfast, "Hua Xiao, thank you for your hard work last night. Come, let me give you a comprehensive physical examination." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and walked over with a stethoscope hanging around his neck and a blood pressure monitor in his hand. On the table in front of Hua Xiaoheng was a plate of 6 huge beef buns, a plate of medium-rare steak, a bowl of mixed grain porridge, a plate of bacon-fried prawns, and a bowl of cheese mashed potatoes. They were all high-calorie and high-protein foods. He put down his knife and fork and held out his arm for Chun Lai to examine. A minute later, Chun Lai realized that Hua Xiaoheng was fine. He did not sway when he walked, did not pant when he spoke, and did not sweat. His blood pressure and heartbeat were normal, and his face did not turn pale. He didn't look like someone who had done it 7 times in one night. "Hua Xiao, where are the condoms I gave you yesterday? Are you done?" Chun Lai put away the blood pressure monitor and stethoscope and pretended to ask casually. Hua Xiaoheng pointed in the direction of the bedroom. "It's in a nightstand over there." Chun Lai hurried back to the bedroom and found the box of condoms in the nightstand. There were 17 unopened condoms inside, which meant that Hua Xiaoheng had only used 3. His gaze wandered around the bedroom and finally landed on the sealed stainless steel trash can in the corner. He walked over and opened the sealed lid of the trash can. There was nothing else inside except for 3 used condoms. After careful inspection, he discovered that only 2 of the condoms had semen in them. The other one had been used, but it was empty. That meant that Hua Xiaoheng had only ejaculated twice, but Gu Nianji had done it at least 7 times. Moreover, this kind of venting needed to be done from the inside, and not from the outside. The expression on Chun Lai's face flickered through countless expressions in an instant, but none of them could express his holy sh*t excitement. That was too amazing. It was inhuman. Chun Lai spaced out in the bedroom for a while before coming out with an iPad. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng strangely and said in a low voice, "Hua Xiao, did you really let her do it 7 times? All in there?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded expressionlessly. "I never fake it." Chun Lai nodded quickly, sweat forming on the tip of his nose. "I believe you. I believe you." After a while, he recorded a series of data on the iPad in his hand and pretended to ask nonchalantly, "Then how many times did you ejaculate? I saw that you only ejaculated 2 condoms." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to answer his nonsensical question. He looked down and didn't answer. He forked a large piece of medium-rare steak and put it in his mouth to chew carefully. Chunlai didn't hear Hua Xiaoheng's answer for a long time and grew anxious. He bent down next to him and whispered, "Hua Xiao, tell me about your experience. Good things should be shared with good friends, right?" "What experience?" Hua Xiaoheng felt full even if he didn't eat when he heard the question. He put down his knife and fork and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He stood up and snatched the iPad from Chunlai's hands. "What are you recording?" Hua Xiaoheng's brows furrowed again. If he wasn't mistaken, Chunlai was recording Hua Xiaoheng's 3 meals a day. Chunlai blushed slightly, but still said seriously, "I'm just doing a scientific experiment to see if Hua Xiaoheng's eating habits have a natural aphrodisiac effect." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and tossed the iPad back to him. He didn't expose him or laugh at him. He pointed to the breakfast on the table and said, "Eat all of it, and then exercise with the brothers from the special ops every morning. I think you're too free." Chunlai looked at the high-calorie and high-protein food in Hua Xiaoheng's breakfast with disgust. He pouted at Hua Xiaoheng's back as he left, but still sat down and ate breakfast. He had just finished eating when Hua Xiaoheng's orderly, Fan Jian, came over to invite him over. "Dr. Chun, the chief is waiting for you in the small conference room for a meeting." "What is it?" Chunlai quickly picked up his meeting notebook and walked to the small conference room. The small conference room was in the basement of Hua Xiaoheng's small building. Chunlai walked in and saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting alone at the end of the oval conference table. "Hua Xiaoheng?" Chunlai walked in and closed the door to the small conference room. "Sit." Hua Xiaoheng pointed to the seat across from him. His voice was very low. "I called you here to ask about the aphrodisiac Nianji was drugged. I didn't have a time yesterday, so I want you to tell me the whole story today. Whoever dared to touch his people must be tired of living. This matter needs to be thoroughly investigated." Chunlai's expression was unusually serious. Basically, Nianji went to her classmate's birthday party and was pricked with a needle there. "Are you sure it was a needle?" "Whether it was a needle or not, it was a needle-like object. And before Nianji lost consciousness, she told me that she was stabbed in the back. I also examined her, and there was indeed a very small hole in her left shoulder. The aphrodisiac concentration there was much higher than the rest of her body, so it must have been pricked there." "Haha, that's impressive." Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the conference table. Does she know who did it? She guessed it was her classmate, Feng Yishi. Chunlai pushed his glasses up his nose bridge, which were about to slide down. "But we don't have any evidence at all. I'm sorry, I had a stroke today and couldn't log in. Happy Dragon Boat Festival, everyone. The update will start tomorrow at a more normal time. Remember to vote for the recommendation." Chapter 13. Feng Yishi. Hua Xiaoheng tapped his fingers on the conference table and quietly turned on his Bluetooth headset. "Find out the family background information of Gun Yinji's classmate, Feng Yishi. When Gun Yinji transferred to C University 2 years ago, they had already done a general background check on her classmates and confirmed that they were all law-abiding, ordinary families before allowing her to enroll. He quickly found the Feng's information in his database and projected it on the big screen in the conference room. Hua Xiaoheng fiddled with a round gold coin in his hand as he looked at the Feng's information on screen. His deep eyes narrowed. "No evidence? How can there be no evidence?" "Oh, where? It's only Nianji's word. She might not remember anything when she wakes up. Word or no proof, Hua Xiao." Chunlai had to remind Hua Xiaoheng. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth curved. He slammed the gold coin on the conference table and stood up. "Did you forget the biggest evidence? H3 of 7. Chunlai's head jerked up to look at the Feng's background information on the screen. He slapped his forehead in surprise. "Really? How could I have forgotten about that?" Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms as he stood up and walked towards the screen. His black t-shirt was supposed to be loose, but he wore it tight, revealing his muscular chest. "I remember you mentioning this thing once before. You said it was very powerful based on the data. I asked you to get some for our members to train, but you said that even in Japan, very few people can get their hands on it. Only the most powerful people have the opportunity to use it. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in front of the screen. Chunlai nodded. That's true. So tell me, with the Feng's background, where did Feng Yishi get her hands on this thing? The Fengs were rich enough in the eyes of the general public, but they were only wealthy businessmen. H3 of 7 was not something that could be obtained with money alone. Even a senior military doctor like Chun Lai, who was backed by the Special Operations Forces under the direct command of the Imperial Army, had not been able to get his hands on the actual product. He had only gotten his hands on some data. How had Feng Yishi, a fourth-year student, managed to do it? Hua Xiaoheng turned around and gave another order into the Bluetooth headset. Zhao Yangzi, immediately get someone to investigate Nianji's university classmate, Feng Yishi, before and after her birthday party last night. Find out who she saw, what she did, and what she said. Find out everything she said in the last 24 hours within half an hour. Zhao Yangzi was Hua Xiaoheng's other personal secretary. He was meticulous, and had a superb memory. He had a photographic memory and was a computer genius. He usually helped Hua Xiaoheng with confidential matters. Zhao Yangzi's affirmative reply came through the earpiece. Hua Xiaoheng grunted in acknowledgement and ended the call. Chunlai gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up and praised. As expected of Hua Xiaoheng, you saw the flaw in it at a glance. Hua Xiaoheng put the gold coins on the table back into the pocket of his camouflage pants. Let's go. We'll know what's going on when Zhao Yangzi sends word. Chunlai walked behind Hua Xiaoheng and sighed. I also want to know how Feng Yishi got her hands on such a precious thing, and in such a large amount. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Returning to the third floor, he looked at the bedroom door, but did not go in. Just then, Yin Shixiang called. Hua Xiaoheng, Miss Gu's interview has been postponed to 8 o'clock in the morning in 3 days. Hua Xiaoheng replied dryly. Okay, go to the small meeting room as soon as you get back. He turned to Chunlai and said, keep an eye on her. I have something to do. I'll be going now. He left. Half an hour later, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi arrived at the small meeting room to meet with Hua Xiaoheng. Zhao Yangzi stood in front of the large screen and began to introduce the information he had found. Feng Yishi's situation was generally normal for the last 24 hours. There was nothing special about her except that she gave her cousin $1 million and bought a yellow pear-shaped diamond ring from him. A picture of the pear-shaped diamond ring was displayed on the large screen. Hua Xiaoheng stared at the sharp protrusion in the middle of the pear-shaped diamond ring and said calmly, zoom in on the ring. The ring on the large screen was zoomed in step by step until every detail was visible. The tiny scratches on its surface could almost be seen. The clarity of the high-definition picture was terrifying. Where is the diamond ring now? It's still on Feng Yishi's finger. Zhao Yangzi displayed another picture as he spoke. It was of Feng Yishi getting out of a black limousine. Her left hand was resting on the open door, and the yellow pear-shaped diamond ring on her left middle finger was clearly visible. This picture was taken just 15 minutes ago. She came home from her university interview. Zhao Yangzi added, interview? Hua Xiaoheng was taken aback. What interview? She and Miss Gu both took the postgraduate entrance exam for the B University Faculty of Law. Miss Gu was first, and she was second. Zhao Yangzi said meaningfully as he exchanged a look with Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang remembered that Gu Nianji hadn't gone to the interview today, and that Hua Xiaoheng had specifically asked him to apply for leave. He turned to Hua Xiaoheng and asked, Hua Xiaoheng, does this have something to do with Miss Gu? Hua Xiaoheng didn't answer. He ordered sternly, continue to investigate where Feng Yishi's cousin got this ring. He took the flash drive containing all the information from Zhao Yangzi and went to look for Chunlai. Chunlai immediately saved the flash drive to his laptop and began analyzing the ring. Although he hadn't seen the real thing, he could calculate the actual size of the ring and the volume of the protrusion at the top of the ring from the high-definition pictures. It's just the right size to hold the H3 of 7 that Nianji was stabbed with yesterday. An hour later, Chunlai finished the complicated calculations on his computer and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. He looked up at Hua Xiaoheng and said, the evidence is irrefutable. It must be her. I know, but she's not the real mastermind. Hua Xiaoheng changed into his military uniform and put on black leather gloves that revealed his fingers. He was going to the gun room to practice. Shenlai didn't say anything else. Just like Hua Xiaoheng, he was now worried. Night had fallen, and the lights of Sea City's exclusive clubhouse, Feline Men, were lit. Neatly dressed men and women laughed as they walked in and out of the clubhouse. The clubhouse was located in a high-class building and occupied the top 5 floors of the building. In a private room at the end of the corridor on the top floor, a well-dressed young man was so drunk he could barely see who was in front of him. He mumbled, "You want H3 of 7? That's not cheap." Chapter 14. Prepare 2 million in cash. I'll see if I can get you some. The drunk young man said with a smile. His eyes were rolling back. It didn't look like he was drunk, but rather he had taken drugs. The chubby man who called himself Master Zeng smiled and bowed. Then I'll go prepare. When can you get it? Just wait. I'll let you know in a couple of days. The young man burped, took out his cell phone, and called his cousin. He waved goodbye to Master Zeng and said drunkenly, "Sister, I'll be the host today to celebrate your success in the interview. Come, room 518 on the top floor of Feline Hall. We'll see you there." Her cousin on the other end of the line was none other than Feng Yishi. She had been very successful in her interview that day, and when she thought of how handsome He Zhichu, the 28-year-old professor from the B University Faculty of Law who had returned from abroad, was, her heart began to race. She wanted nothing more than to cheer and jump for joy, to share the joy and pride in her heart with everyone. "Cousin, you're really going to celebrate with me?" "Of course, you're my cousin. What kind of relationship do we have? Come quickly. You'll know when you get here. There's a big surprise." "Okay, I'm coming." Feng Yishi smiled and changed into a short black and white dress. It was so short it stopped at the base of her thighs and made her legs look even more fair and slender. Feng Yishi arrived at room 518 on the top floor of Feline Restaurant alone. As soon as she pushed the door open, she saw the lights suddenly turn on in the dark room. Countless flower petals and confetti fell from the ceiling. There was also the sound of champagne popping open and the sound of trumpets beeping. The atmosphere was very lively. Surprise! A group of fashionably dressed men and women came out from all directions of the room and applauded Feng Yishi. Feng Yishi's cousin walked over from behind the crowd with a large bouquet of roses. He smiled and handed it to her, then pulled her into his arms and kissed her cheek. "Little sister, I congratulate you in advance for getting into Professor He Zhichu's graduate program in the B University Faculty of Law." Feng Yishi couldn't stop smiling. After laughing and joking around with everyone for a while, someone took out the good stuff and started sucking each other. Feng Yishi didn't usually touch this stuff, but she was so happy today that she couldn't help but give it a try when she saw other people sucking on it so hard. After that, she could not remember what happened. She only remembered that her body was very hot. She kept drinking and laughing like a lunatic. Then, she kept taking off her clothes and hugging someone. In front of the surveillance screen in the security room of Fortune Gate Clubhouse, a man who looked like a security guard secretly recorded the contents of room 518 and then sent it to a mysterious mailbox. Not long after, Zhao Liangzi received the video on the other end. "Well, Xiao, we got the video. The person who sold H3 of 7 is Feng Yishi's cousin, Hu Chuanxin. Keep an eye on him." Late at night, Xiaoheng returned to his house and saw Chun Lai sitting on the floor in the living room. In front of him was a pile of his medical equipment. He was concentrating on extracting blood samples. "Why haven't you left yet?" Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks. "Where's Nianji? Have you had dinner?" Chun Lai shook his head with a sigh. "She hasn't woken up yet." He then glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. "Look at what you've done. You're just letting her vent, and you're trying to kill her." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He walked through a small hallway to the bedroom and saw that the door was still closed. Hua Xiaoheng understood. She hasn't woken up yet? He pushed open the bedroom door and walked in. It had already been a day, and the curtains in the bedroom were drawn. It was still quiet and dark. As soon as he stepped in, he could still feel the strange enchantment in the air. Well, Xiaoheng quietly retreated and quietly closed the door. He returned to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Chun Lai turned to look at him. He saw that his expression was solemn and his eyes were lowered. Chun Lai couldn't tell what he was thinking. Xiaoheng, if Nianji still doesn't wake up tomorrow, I'm afraid there's something wrong with this. Chun Lai picked up the test tube and shook it. Xiaoheng didn't need Chun Lai's reminder to know that something was wrong. He let out a long sigh and didn't say anything. He got up and went to his study. That night, Chun Lai didn't sleep, and neither did Xiaoheng. Early the next morning, Chun Lai went to the bedroom again to check on Gunyanji. She still hadn't woken up. Not only was she still unconscious, but she was running a high fever. Chun Lai quickly brought over the fever needle and injected it into her arm. He then began to draw blood. Gunyanji's fair arm was already marked with obvious bruises from the blood drawn. Xiaoheng came out of the study and saw Chun Lai walk out of the bedroom with another test tube of blood. He reached out to stop him. "What are you doing? How much blood did you draw?" Chun Lai pushed him away with one hand and protected his test tube. He said confidently, "I'm doing this for her own good. She's already running a fever today. I think this H3 of 7 is really not that simple." That's right, Masao Oda, the famous biomedical expert at Tokyo Imperial University Hospital in Japan. How could he only make such a lowly drug? Xiaoheng's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. His voice was so deep that it was like a subwoofer that had hit him hard. "What do you mean?" "Nothing. It's just that this H3 of 7 is most likely not that simple. It's not just an aphrodisiac. I suspect it has other uses." Chun Lai poured Gunyanji's blood into the dialysis machine and began to analyze it again. "Fever? You're saying Nianji has a fever?" Xiaoheng obviously hadn't expected this result. Why would Nianji have a fever? "I don't know the reason yet. I'm in the middle of an experiment. I need to do a blood sample culture. Don't just stand there and do what you need to do." Chun Lai waved his hand to shoo Xiaoheng away. Xiaoheng glanced at him and lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag and said dryly, "If that's the case, then I won't wait anymore." As he spoke, he turned back to look at the door of his bedroom before leaving his small building. As he went downstairs, he gathered his men. 20 minutes later, a gray sedan stopped across the street from the Fuline restaurant, the exclusive club in Sea City. The car looked very inconspicuous and ordinary, but the glass was specially treated. It could be seen clearly from the inside, but not from the outside. The body and glass were also bulletproof. The car was fully equipped with leather seats, a top-of-the-line stereo system, and a computer network. It also had a proprietary GPS navigation system. It could be turned into a temporary military command center at any time. Xiaoheng sat in the back seat. He wore sunglasses and stared at the building across from him like a hawk. The orderly, Fan Jian, was the driver. He sat in the front with his personal secretary, Zhao Yangzi. The other personal secretary, In Xixiang, sat on the other side of Xiaoheng. The four of them waited quietly for a while. It was still early, and there were few people on the street. The stall selling breakfast had just opened, and the air was filled with the aroma of food and the unique, clean atmosphere of the early morning. Not long after, the ear-piercing sound of sirens pierced through the silence of the morning. Police cars drove over and stopped in front of the building. Dozens of riot police officers with loaded guns jumped out of the police cars. They all wore black balaclavas and covered their faces, revealing only their eyes. They carried semi-automatic rifles and quickly blocked the staircase and elevator exits of the building. At the same time, more police officers went up the stairs and elevators to the club on the top floor. The Fuline restaurant had just gone through a night of bustling and bustling. It was time for the club to close. Most of the guests had left, but there were still a few people who liked to stay up all night and were still in the club's private rooms, especially the group of men and women who had been partying all night in room 518 on the top floor. Chapter 15. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor of the Fortune Gate Club. The people in the private rooms who hadn't left were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. Before the staff could come back to their senses, the policemen wearing black hoods and armed with live ammunition, kicked open the doors of the private rooms. Light flooded in, illuminating the dark rooms. The men and women in the room had been in the dark all night. Their brains were sluggish when they saw the bright light. They closed their eyes reflexively, unable to figure out what was going on. These police officers were special forces. They were armed with cameras as well as guns. One of them immediately began snapping pictures of the people in the private rooms. Police, search. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say will be used against you in court. Put your hands on your head and squat in the corner. Don't move. I'll shoot you if you keep running. A gunshot rang out. A man who had been trying to escape through the door was so frightened by the gunshot that he crouched on the floor with his hands over his head. Although the police had fired a shot, it wasn't aimed at the man. It was aimed at the air as a warning. Feng Yishi was dragged out from under the men by the policewoman. She was only wearing her top. Her lower body was bare, and even her underwear was nowhere to be seen. You're gathering people to commit lewd acts. One of the police officers scolded. Where's your ID? Huh? You're on drugs? What's this? One of the police officers noticed some white powder on the sofa and round table in room 518. He quickly put on his gloves and swept the powder into a clear plastic sample bag. How dare you skate? I think you're tired of living. Take them all away. Feng Yishi finally came back to her senses. She looked around in terror and suddenly felt a cold breeze blow against her lower body. She looked down and screamed. She covered her bare lower body and cried out, "Where's my dress? Where's my dress? Let me put on my dress." A policewoman wearing a black hood looked around. All she saw was a pile of torn strips of what looked like a skirt. She picked them up with her baton and showed them to Feng Yishi. "Is this your skirt?" Feng Yishi grabbed it to cover her lower body. She stammered, "WW, what are you doing? I want to see my lawyer." "Sure. Get your lawyer to come get you when we get back to the police station." As she spoke, the policewoman ordered them to put one arm over the other's shoulders and form a long line. They pushed them out like blind people crossing the street. Feng Yishi's cousin was completely drunk. He wasn't even wearing underwear. He was even worse than Feng Yishi. He couldn't even stand. He had to be carried out alone. By the time the riot police pushed the group out of the building, there were already a crowd of onlookers. When they saw the disheveled women being pushed out by the police, some people in the crowd immediately raised their phones and took pictures. Some busybodies were especially excited to see the heavily armed SWAT team. They called the news hotlines early in the morning. Television stations, online media, and newspapers all came. Even some passers-by who liked to post on Weibo and WeChat Moments rushed over to share first-hand news on the scene. For a while, the local morning news in Sea City, Weibo of the Empire, and all the major marketing accounts took over. The WeChat Moments of the entire empire were flooded with news about the Sea City SWAT team. The internet was in an uproar. Netizens liked how cool the SWAT team was and drooled over the photos of the arrest scene. Of all the photos, Feng Yishi was the most beautiful and had the best figure. Her butt was bare, and her expression was a little dazed. She was the one with the best figure. Feng Yishi became famous before she even arrived at the police station. Although her semi-nude photos had been instantly deleted by many websites, they had made it to the top of the most popular search list on a private website. Her name had, at some point, reached the top of the search list under the hashtag Feng Yishi, Sea City's Fortune Gate Clubhouse Half-Naked Female University, student hashtag. She had become a veritable internet celebrity. The entrance of the building where the Feline Club was located was as lively as if it was a festival. On the other hand, the low-key gray sedan that was parked on the side of the street was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Hua Xiaoheng's face was expressionless until Zhao Liangzi handed over the phone he had been fiddling with. He smiled at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Mr. Hua, Miss Feng's wish came true. She's finally an internet celebrity." Although Yin Shixiang and Fan Jian were extremely curious, they didn't say a word. They didn't dare ask what had happened. Only Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi knew. Zhao Liangzi had investigated everything Feng Yishi had said and done in the past 24 hours. Don't ask him how he had found out. He knew everything. He just didn't want to talk about it. All of this had been a trap Feng Yishi had set for Gunyinji. If it hadn't been for Gunyinji's alertness and her special constitution, she would have ended up 100 times worse than Feng Yishi today. Even so, Gunyinji had paid a terrible price. Zhao Liangzi shook his head and silently lit a candle for the Fengs. It was the Feng family's bad luck to have raised such a vicious and stupid girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Giving them a taste of their own medicine was one of the purposes of the Special Operations Forces directly under the Imperial Army. As the founder of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng was the ancestor of giving them a taste of their own medicine. The crowd outside gradually dispersed. The traffic police came to clear the road, and the cars began to move. "Let's go." Hua Xiaoheng looked away from the building across the street. Fan Jian quickly started the car and drove them around the corner back to the base. The incident had started when someone had called the police to report that the Fulin Club was engaging in illegal behavior, so the Sea City SWAT team had stepped in to resolve it. It had nothing to do with the Imperial Army. Hua Xiaoheng and the others only cared about matters related to the 6th Military Region, such as the extent to which certain drugs developed by Oda Masao, a biomedical expert from the Imperial Japanese Hospital, were harmful to the health of the Empire's citizens. The Special Operations Forces could only take over if the Sea City SWAT team could interrogate the relevant information. Back at the base, Hua Xiaoheng went to his office to deal with some documents related to the 6th Military Region's preparations, then held a few video conferences with the Imperial Army and Senate leaders. He didn't return to his small building to eat until it was dark. On the table were his 4 favorite medium-rare steaks, drizzled with thick cheese sauce. There's also a small bowl of mashed potatoes, a bowl of cream oyster soup, and a large bowl of Caesar vegetable salad. Next to it was a bottle of red wine of unknown vintage. Chun Lai had just finished dinner and was putting his plate into the food basket, waiting for the orderlies to collect it. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and quickly glanced in the direction of the bedroom. "Where's Nyinji?" "She's still having a fever. She hasn't woken up yet." Chun Lai's round face was beaded with sweat again. Chapter 16. It was already the 2nd day in a coma. "Has the fever gone down?" Hua Xiaoheng stood at the door for a while, but didn't come in. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket and put one in his mouth. He lit the cigarette and inhaled silently. He puffed out a smoke ring. "Will she wake up tomorrow? Are you worried? Are you worried?" Chun Lai teased Hua Xiaoheng and waved his hand in an attempt to dispel the smell of smoke. Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak. He stuck one hand in his trouser pocket and held a cigarette in the other. He squinted at the dark night outside the window, his tall figure unmoving. Chun Lai actually saw a hint of murderous intent in his back. He shuddered and quickly said, "Don't worry, don't worry. You can smoke after dinner. I'm not in a hurry." Hua Xiaoheng flicked the cigarette ash. "If Nyinji's fever doesn't go down, should we take her to the hospital?" "Hospital? You want to take her to the hospital when I'm here?" Chun Lai nearly snorted. "The best hospital is wherever I am. Then why is she still running a fever? Why hasn't she woken up yet?" Major General Hua's move was a fatal one. Dr. Chun dead. Meanwhile, the Feng family in Sea City's Dashin Villa district was in a state of chaos. Feng Yishi's father, Feng Guodong, saw the overwhelming news online and was so angry he almost had a heart attack. He yelled at his wife, Hu Qiaozhen, "Look at what your nephew has done. My daughter has always been smart and obedient. Why would she smoke that stuff?" Hu Qiaozhen's eyes were swollen from crying. She was worried about her daughter and the culprit, her nephew. She yelled, "My nephew was framed too. He and Ishi are both victims." "He's a victim?" Feng Guodong pointed in the direction of the door. His face flushed. "He's been smoking that stuff for more than a day or two. I saw it with my own eyes a while ago. You're telling me it's a setup today? He framed my daughter. His whole family framed my daughter. Feng Guodong, do you have a conscience? How could my brother's family frame Ishi? Uncle and Annie treat Ishi better than they would their own daughter. How can you look down on my family like that?" Hu Qiaozhen was very protective of her own people. When she heard her husband criticizing her family, she immediately jumped up. Feng Yichen's frown deepened. She couldn't take it anymore. She interrupted her parents' argument. Dad, Mom, this isn't the time to blame each other. Hurry up and find lawyer Yin to get my sister and cousin out of there, before anything else happens. Feng Guodong and Hu Xiaojin finally stopped, but they still glared at each other, unwilling to be outdone. Together, they turned to Feng Yichen and said, Yichen, hurry up and find lawyer Yin. Take him to the police station and get your sister and cousin out. Feng Yichen shook her head. Mom, take Aunt and follow lawyer Yin to the police station. I have something to discuss with Dad. What's more important than your sister and cousin? Hu Xiaojin was extremely displeased. She pointed at Feng Yichen and shouted, Do you know what's going on? Feng Yichen closed her eyes and handed over the phone that she had been holding. She said in a low voice, Of course there's something more important. Here, see for yourselves. Feng Guodong and Hu Xiaojin leaned over and held Feng Yichen's hand to look at the phone screen. They saw that a very popular post had appeared on one of the largest forums in the empire. The title was, Talk About My Classmate, see University Faculty of Law Senior Feng Yishi. Not only did the post clearly state her name and identity, but also her family background. Even the news that the Feng family's Fengting Home Improvement Company was about to be listed on the stock market was leaked. As soon as the news came out, more and more people came out to expose the truth. Even their company's competitors heard the news and took action. They bribed all kinds of internet water armies and spared no effort to beat the dog when it was down. They led a criminal case to become a stock market event related to the listing of the company. Moreover, there were already people who started posting posts about the inside story of the Fengting Home Improvement Company going public. Hu Xiaojin's face was pale. She snatched the phone from Feng Yichen's hand and trembled as she scolded. Nonsense! Nonsense! It's fun to start a rumor, but the whole family will go to the crematorium. Feng Guodong was anxious. What should we do? What should we do? If it affected the listing of the Fengting Home Improvement Company, it would be a big loss. Dad, you stay with me. I know a few friends who are in contact with the Internet Water Army Company. We'll pay some money and hire an Internet Water Army Company to immediately clear the name. Also, pay Qiandu some money to suppress all kinds of searches related to this matter. Just don't show it. Feng Yichen was quite knowledgeable about the Internet. She was also a University Faculty of Law student, and she was about to graduate this year with a master's degree. Therefore, she knew some people who made a living on the Internet. The problem with the family company was more important than Feng Yishi's personal reputation. The family stopped arguing and quickly came to an agreement. Hu Xiaojin took lawyer Yin and her sister-in-law to the police station to pick them up. At home, Feng Guodong and Feng Yichen contacted all kinds of internet water armies. At the same time, they contacted Qiandu's planning department to suppress the search terms. However, after making a round of phone calls, Feng Guodong and Feng Yichen discovered that not a single internet water army company was willing to accept their work. Although Qiandu agreed to publish articles on the search terms, they asked for an exorbitant price. 50 million. Why don't you go to hell? Feng Guodong threw his phone away and hugged his head as he sat on the sofa. He almost burst into tears. That night, many people in Sea City could not sleep. Hua Xiaoheng did not sleep at all. At dawn, he opened the curtains in his study to find that it was cloudy outside. It was drizzling. Spring rain was as precious as oil. Late spring and early summer in Sea City had always been the most beautiful season, but he was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. It was already the third day. Chunlai, is Nianji awake? Hua Xiaoheng asked as he came out of the guest bathroom and dried his hair. Chunlai came out of the bedroom with his medical kit and shook his head helplessly. She's still running a high fever. I've already called Dr. Yi to come over and give her an 4. Hua Xiaoheng did not say anything else, but his expression became even more resolute. He had always been like this. The more troublesome the situation, the more composed he was. Many people said that he had the demeanor of a general, so most people were sincerely convinced that he had been promoted to Major General at such a young age. That was because his military rank had been earned with his blood and life. After sitting down and carefully finishing his breakfast, Hua Xiaoheng called Zhao Liangzi again. Bring forward the original plan by 1 day. An hour later, Hua Xiaoheng was already wearing sunglasses and sitting in a silver Chrysler RV. The car was not expensive, but it was not cheap either. It was the most inconspicuous to stop near the Feng's Fengting Home Improvement Company because it was full of such cars. Hua Xiaoheng also sat in the back seat and quietly looked at the 30-story building opposite him. The Fengting Home Improvement Company occupied the first to fifth floors of the building. It was not small, but it was a home improvement company, so it was very ostentatious. Zhao Liangzi told Hua Xiaoheng about the situation of the Fengting Home Improvement Company in the front seat. This company has been established for more than 30 years, but it has always been small. In the past 2 years, in order to go public to make money, it has borrowed money from the bank on a large scale to support its appearance. Before he finished speaking, a van stopped in front of the building opposite. Several men in white police uniforms and security uniforms got out of the van and entered the building. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was the same as usual as he leaned against the back seat. His gaze was deep as he quietly watched the situation opposite him. Seeking recommendation votes on Monday. ___. Regarding the issue of updating the new book and adding the group, I will post a separate chapter to explain in the related section of the work. Dear friends, please. Chapter 17. The drizzle, which had started in the early morning, seemed to have gotten heavier, and the sky was getting darker. There weren't many pedestrians on the street. They were all in a hurry. No one stopped, and no one paid attention to what was going on inside the cars parked on the side of the street. Inside the building, the employees of Fengting Home Improvement Company had just started work. A group of legal personnel with a search warrant from the court barged in. Without any explanation, they swept everything in the office clean. The office of the big boss, Feng Guodong, had been turned into a snow hole. Nothing was left, not even the trash can. The company's secretaries and managers had been ringing Feng Guodong's phone. Only then did Feng Guodong rush over from home. What's going on with you? Our company is operating legally. How can you just plunder it? Feng Guodong was furious. He hadn't slept all night. He had been dealing with Feng Yishi's case. He hadn't expected his company to face such huge trouble so soon. The legal personnel who had come to investigate showed the search warrant from a court. The bank is suing you for loan fraud. We're just collecting evidence. Feng Guodong felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. Although his whole body was shivering, his forehead was so hot that it was sweating. Half an hour later, the legal personnel came out of the building with cardboard boxes of all sizes. They contained all kinds of documents, computer hard drives, laptops, cell phones, and tablets. The last one to come out was the big boss, Feng Guodong, dejected and handcuffed. As soon as he came out, the TV stations and online media who had heard the news rushed over with their cameras and cell phones. They took photos and interviewed him. Another hot piece of news was stirred up. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the Chrysler RV opposite the building. He watched the scene quietly until all the people had been taken away. Then he said calmly, "Go back." In the afternoon, Fengting Home Improvement Company's application to go public was officially rejected by the CSRC. The bank demanded that Fengting Home Improvement Company immediately liquidate and repay the loan. For a moment, the Feng's phone was exploding with calls. Hu Qiaojin had just returned home with her sister-in-law and lawyer Yin. They hadn't even had time to drink water when she saw her eldest daughter, Feng Yichen, looking ashen. She held the phone and said to her, "Mom, we're done for." Lawyer Yin immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "I've already contacted the police station about your sister. She'll be released after the investigation is done." "It's not my sister. It's our family's company," Feng Yichen said. She couldn't even hold the phone firmly in her hand. It fell to the ground with a clatter. Hu Qiaojin was in a hurry to go to the police station to pick up Feng Guodong. In the end, 2 policewomen came and accused her of falsifying the accounts to get a bank loan. They directly arrested her. Hu Qiaojin was the CFO of their company and also the legal representative. In terms of legal liability, she was even bigger than her husband, Feng Guodong. Moreover, their house was held in the name of the company. Once the company went bankrupt, the house would be repossessed by the bank. Hua Xiaoheng had already quietly returned to the base while the Feng family was being turned upside down. It was another evening. The rain was much lighter, but it was still dense. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hold an umbrella and walked back to his building alone. His hair was wet from the rain, and his black hair reflected the color of the water. In the night, his solemn face was so handsome that it took one's breath away. Along the way, he caught the attention of many female officers in the station, but he didn't notice. As soon as he entered the door, he went straight to the bathroom and took a large towel to wipe his head. Chun Lai came out of the bedroom where Gun Yinji was lying. He knew that Hua Xiaoheng had returned. Before Hua Xiaoheng could ask, he immediately raised his hands. She's not awake yet. She's still running a fever. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and threw down the large towel. He strode to the bedroom. This was the first time in 3 days that he had stepped into his bedroom. The lights were still on. Chun Lai had forgotten to turn them off when he came out. There was a 4-pole on the side of the large bed. Gun Yinji lay motionless on the bed. One thin arm was draped over the dark purple thin blanket, and the back of her hand was punctured with a 4-needle. Hua Xiaoheng walked in expressionlessly and sat on the edge of the bed. He reached out to touch Gun Yinji's forehead, then quickly withdrew his hand. As expected, it was scalding hot. But Gun Yinji's face wasn't flushed like a patient with a high fever. She lay on the bed with her eyes closed. Her skin was as clear as the moon, and her long, black eyelashes were like 2 rows of small fans that covered her large, lively eyes. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly missed Gun Yinji's usual long eyelashes fluttering and her incessant chatter. Although he rarely responded, and most of the time he would just reply with a simple it didn't stop Gun Yinji from talking to herself and enjoying herself. But such a lively and adorable little girl was now lying unconscious on the bed with a high fever. He didn't know what could have happened to her. Hua Xiaoheng frowned as he stood up and walked out of the bedroom. This matter couldn't be delayed any longer. If something really happened to Gun Yinji, he had to report it to the military. As soon as he walked out of the bedroom, his Bluetooth headset rang. It was Zhao Liang's voice. Hua Xiao, Hu Chuanqin said that H-307 was sold to him by a Japanese woman. Because it's related to a foreign enemy, this matter involves the jurisdiction of the 6th Military Region, so we really have to intervene. The SWAT team at the police station has already contacted the Special Operations Forces base. They will immediately transfer Hu Chuanqin to the base interrogation room. After a pause, Zhao Liangzi seemed to check the GPS before continuing. The car is already here. Hu Chuanqin was blindfolded and taken to a special interrogation room at the Special Operations Forces base in Sea City. The Sea City Police Department's SWAT team was law enforcement, so they couldn't use any special methods to extort a confession from him. However, they sensed that Hu Chuanqin was intentionally hiding some information, and this information also involved a foreign enemy, so the SWAT team immediately handed him over to the Special Operations Forces. He's still hiding something? Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi rushed to the door of the interrogation room, the smile on their faces almost sinister. Why are we being polite to this kind of scum who colludes with foreigners and kills his own people? Hua Xiaoheng walked in wearing riding boots. His expression was dark, and his entire body exuded a ruthless and cold aura. The people in the surveillance room, next to the interrogation room, couldn't help but feel their scalps tighten. The last time Major General Hua had been this gloomy was after a mass murder of the descendants of the Empire's immigrants in a certain country on Blue Planet. At that time, the Empire didn't show up, but the Special Operations Forces were mobilized in a certain country for one night later. The government of a certain country had no choice but to perform a huge ritual to release the innocent descendants of the Empire's immigrants who had been killed in the massacre. And this time, Major General Hua's ruthless aura was even more terrifying than the last time. This book is based on fiction, so don't connect it to reality. It has nothing to do with reality at all. When you read the story, you mainly read the story. The job settings are based on the text. Chapter 18. Hua Xiaoheng stood with his hands behind his back in the surveillance room next to the interrogation room. In front of him was a transparent one-way wall. He could see what was going on in the room across from him, but not him. Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng. The people monitoring the interrogation in the room immediately stood up. Hua Xiaoheng raised his arm and gestured to them as he stared fixedly at the situation behind the wall. Hu Chuanxin had only lasted 15 seconds in the interrogation room of the Special Operations Forces base before confessing everything. That Japanese woman is called Yamaguchi Yuko. I met her when I was drinking at Feline Restaurant. She was alone at the time and heard me bragging to my buddies about finding a powerful aphrodisiac. I was happy, so she came over and introduced herself as having the best aphrodisiac in the world. She just wanted to see if I could afford it. Hu Chuanxin endured the immense pain and stuttered out. This Hu Chuanxin wasn't stupid after all. He actually knew to hide the fact that they were using the aphrodisiac against Gunyinji. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were dark and unfathomable. He raised a hand to rub his chin and thought for a moment before turning to leave. At the same time, he turned on his Bluetooth headset and ordered Zhao Yangzi investigate Yamaguchi Yuko. Because Hu Chuanxin had traded with Yamaguchi Yuko before, he knew more about her, so Zhao Yangzi joined the interrogation to get more information about Yamaguchi Yuko from Hu Chuanxin. The more detailed the information, the easier it would be for him to find this person. After leaving the interrogation room, Zhao Yangzi returned to his office and immediately went online to the Imperial Customs database to search for the Japanese tourist named Yamaguchi Yuko, who had entered the country this year. Soon after, lines of data were sent back. Zhao Yangzi's hands flew across the keyboard as he gradually narrowed down his search area. After 15 minutes, he had narrowed down the information to only 3 women. Hua Xiaoheng, we found that 15 Japanese women named Yamaguchi Yuko entered the country this year. Excluding the 12 who don't match the age, there are 3 left. The first and second left our country a month ago and don't match the time, Hu Chuanxin said. Only the third Yamaguchi Yuko entered the country half a month ago and happened to be in Sea City during that time. We also found that her credit card had been used at Feline Restaurant. If I'm not mistaken, this Yamaguchi Yuko was the one who sold H3 of 7 to Hu Chuanxin. Yeah, why did it take so long? Hua Xiaoheng was a little dissatisfied. Hu Chuanxin had already explained it so clearly, but it still took 15 minutes. Hua Xiao, they used cash for the transaction. If it was done through the banking system, I would have found out in less than a second. Zhao Yangzi pleaded bitterly on the other end of the phone. Cut the crap. Where is Yamaguchi Yuko now? Hua Xiaoheng stood up and prepared to gather his men to arrest her. Zhao Yangzi typed away on the computer for a while, searching for the latest information on Yamaguchi Yuko. Unexpectedly, oh no, Hua Xiao, she's already on the plane back to Japan. Zhao Yangzi's face turned ashen. She got on the plane back to Japan before we got Hu Chuanxin's statement. Hua Xiaoheng slammed his fist on the table. Keep investigating. Give me the documents from the customs. Zhao Yangzi immediately used his highest authority on the internet to access Sea City's customs system. Sea City was the largest city in the empire. There were countless international flights going in and out of Sea City every day. It was not easy to investigate one person among so many flights, but it would be much easier if they knew the flight number. Zhao Yangzi used Yamaguchi Yuko's name and passport number to find her flight number back to Japan. He then pulled up the footage of her exit customs and sent it to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng opened a large screen in front of him and squinted at the crowd at the Sea City Airport customs on the screen. Zhao Yangzi identified her over the phone. Hua Xiao, this is Yamaguchi Yuko. In the Sea City Airport customs video, Yamaguchi Yuko smiled at the camera. She had thick, medium-length hair and wide bangs on her forehead. Her large, black-rimmed glasses covered half her face, but it was still possible to see that her face was as fair as a silver plate. She had thin red lips and thin eyebrows. She looked a little like an ancient imperial court lady, but she also had the appearance and makeup of a Japanese woman. Hua Xiaoheng frowned and got up to turn off the large screen. He immediately ordered, "Can you connect to the Japanese database? Find out who she is." Someone who could get their hands on H3 of 7 would not be an ordinary person. Zhao Yangzi loved being a hacker, but unfortunately he had always been restricted by the rules and could not do whatever he wanted on the internet. However, this time, with Hua Xiao's authorization, he immediately became excited and rubbed his hands together. No problem. Where to hack? Japan's security system, or their financial system. Will it affect the security of Japan's internet? Hua Xiaoheng said coldly. What does Japan's internet security have to do with me? I just want you to find out where this woman came from. Zhao Liangzi said. Understood. He treasured every opportunity to hack another country's internet. These opportunities were rare, and it was one of the reasons he joined the Special Operations Forces. As a former world-class hacker who had been recruited, he was very satisfied with his current job. Not only could he satisfy his interests, but he could also serve his country. Strings of code flew between his fingers as he typed it out, continuously testing the security holes in Japan's internet. As long as he found one, he would be able to open an opening and enter the curtain on the other side to see a different view. Before daybreak, Zhao Yangzi had already successfully cracked the Japanese intranet password and wandered through their domestic computer network. However, the results he found were not optimistic. Zhao Yangzi's expression became more and more serious. 10 minutes later, he sent the information to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, Yamaguchi Yuko is closely related to Japan's largest mafia organization, the Yamaguchi-gumi. Also, according to the information, she died in a car accident as soon as she returned to Japan. Hua Xiaoheng sat in his study with a large screen on the entire wall in front of him. He rested his chin on his hand as he sat in the high-back chair behind the desk and focused on the information on the screen. It was all information that Zhao Yangzi had just obtained from Japan's intranet, accompanied by subtitles and explanations. Hua Xiao, is this incident related to Japan's largest mafia, the Yamaguchi-gumi? Then are we going to deal with the Yamaguchi-gumi? Zhao Yangzi was discussing this issue with Hua Xiaoheng on the other end of the phone. Deal with the Yamaguchi-gumi? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. His deep eyes were as dark as the night. He gently stroked his chin with one hand, feeling the light green stubble that had just grown out. With the other hand, he took out the gold coin from his pocket and played with it again. Based on his intuition, the trail ended there. It was not that they did not dare to go against the Yamaguchi-gumi, but why did they have to go against them? How could a dead person like Yamaguchi Yuko prove that it was really related to Japan's largest mafia, the Yamaguchi-gumi? The entire incident was closely linked, leading them to follow the clues and get to the bottom of it. Only then did they find Yamaguchi Yuko. However, Hua Xiaoheng's intuition told him that this kind of following the clues was too easy. The clues seemed clear, but there was actually a mystery hidden within. If it really was the Yamaguchi-gumi's doing, what was their motive? Why did they directly choose Gunyinji? And Hua Xiaoheng believed that Gunyinji's existence would not be known by the Yamaguchi-gumi. The Empire's military had hidden her very well. Otherwise, Gunyinji's blind university classmate would not have used such a vicious and stupid method to plot against her. But if it wasn't the Yamaguchi-gumi, why would the mastermind lead them to the Yamaguchi-gumi? What was the real motive they were trying to hide? Chapter 19. Finding out who Yamaguchi Yuko was not going to make them relax. That night, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't sleep for some reason. He tossed and turned on the guest bed for half a day before finally getting up and going to the base's information room in the middle of the night to look up some old files. Although it was the age of the internet, anyone who understood the principles of the internet knew how insecure it was. For example, one of his personal secretaries, Zhao Yangzi, could demonstrate 100 ways to crack all kinds of internet security systems and hack into your computer, phone, or tablet. Therefore, the Imperial Army still chose to preserve a lot of top-secret information on paper and not on the internet. The information room even had the most primitive bamboo slips and stone carvings engraved on it, because only bamboo slips and stone carvings could last the longest. He worked there until the next morning before dozing off on the table in the information room until he was woken up by the knocking of the information room's management. The information room was shielded from all electromagnetic and radio signals. Phones could not be made in, and there were no telephone lines. Therefore, communication was basically through shouting. No one in the room could hear him unless he shouted, "Chief, Chief, your personal secretary is looking for you urgently." The knocking finally woke Hua Xiaoheng, who had just closed his eyes. He composed himself and went to the bathroom inside the information room to wipe his face with cold water. Looking at his watch, he realized it was already 8 in the morning. As soon as he walked out of the information room, Hua Xiaoheng's Bluetooth headset rang. It was his other personal secretary, Yin Xixiao. "What is it?" "Hua Xiao, Miss Gu has an interview today. Her faculty has been calling many times. Even Professor He himself has called to ask about it." Yin Xixiao's tone was a bit anxious. 3 days ago, he had specifically gone to the C University Faculty of Law to help Gu Nianji request a leave of absence, and had finally gotten Professor He Zhichu to agree to postpone the interview for 3 days. If she was late again, Yin Xixiao couldn't imagine how bad Professor He's impression of Gu Nianji would be. To think that he had bragged that Gu Nianji had always admired Professor Xiaoheng rubbed his brows and replied as he walked, "I'll call Chun Lai." Chun Lai picked up, and before Hua Xiaoheng could speak, Chun Lai had already said, "Hua Xiao, Nianji hasn't woken up yet, but her fever has gone down a bit. What's going on? Don't you have a clue?" Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and looked up at his little building. He was in a bad mood. He took out a cigarette and smoked under the tree in front of the building. Chun Lai was also full of grievances. "Hua Xiao, I can guarantee that her health is absolutely fine. I monitored her heartbeat and pulse 24 hours a day and tested her blood every 2 hours. Every 2 hours. Is she your blood bank? I think you might as well tear her apart and turn her into a specimen." Hua Xiaoheng made a rare, sarcastic remark, which was very rare for Major General Hua, who never showed his emotions on his face. Chun Lai had no way to refute. He could only cover his face and accept the mockery. Hua Xiaoheng hung up and was about to call Yin Xixiao back when he heard the operator's voice again. "Mr. Hua, Professor He from the B University Faculty of Law has strongly requested to speak to you personally." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. With a cigarette in one hand and the other in the pocket of his military trousers, he leaned against the tree and said calmly, "Take it." Actually, Hua Xiaoheng hadn't personally taken care of Gu Nianji in the 6 years she had been with him. He was only there in name. Gu Nianji was already 12 when she started working with him. She had the ability to live on her own, so she didn't need his hands-on care. Everything related to Gu Nianji's school had been handled by his personal secretary, Yin Xixiao. But this time, the situation was more serious, and Yin Xixiao probably couldn't handle it. The sound of the call being connected came from the Bluetooth earpiece. Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak. The other party was silent for a second before asking first, "May I ask if this is Gu Nianji's guardian, Mr. Hua?" Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "Yes, what do you want?" "Gu Nianji postponed her interview today," He Zhichu said simply, his voice very cold. "She's late for the second time. Yeah, I want to ask for a few more days off. She's not feeling well." Hua Xiaoheng flicked the cigarette ash and said calmly. He Zhichu was obviously angered by his nonchalant attitude. "She's still asking for more days off? Don't go overboard. I've already given her a chance. It's unfair to the other candidates if I accommodate her again. You're Gu Nianji's guardian, so I'm officially informing you that she won't get a chance to enter the B University Faculty of Law this summer. You'll have to find someone else." He hung up. Hua Xiaoheng frowned, but didn't take it seriously. He turned around and went to his office to work. In the next few days, not only did the people around Gu Nianji suffer, but the phones were even more worried. The development of the situation was completely out of their expectations. The high-end club in C City, Feline Restaurant, was the property of Feng Yishi's uncle, the Hu family. Because of the incident between Feng Yishi and Hu Chuanxin that night, the Hu family not only faced a sky-high fine, but were also burdened with debt. The bank refused to continue lending them money and instead urged them to repay immediately. Their friends and relatives in the industry also avoided them. The only family that could help them, the Fengs, were already in trouble. The Hu family had no choice but to declare bankruptcy. They no longer had the money to hire an expensive lawyer to bail Hu Chuanxin out. Hu Chuanxin was also found to have repeatedly used drugs on minors. Coupled with the fact that he provided a place to take illegal drugs, the evidence was conclusive. He would be sentenced to life imprisonment at the very least. The Fengs were a complete mess. The Fengding Home Improvement Company was found to have falsified accounts to obtain bank loans and evaded taxes. Not only was there no hope for the company to go public, but Feng Guodong and Hu Xiaojin were also convicted and sentenced to prison. Feng Yishi's crime was lighter. She was only guilty of taking illegal drugs and possessing an excessive amount of illegal drugs. She was sentenced to 3 months of detention and 1 year of re-education through labor. Because she had broken the law, the C University Faculty of Law expelled her according to school rules. Of course, there was no chance of her graduating certificate. The Feng's property, savings, and all of their valuables were confiscated by the bank to pay off their debts. The only person who had not been involved in a lawsuit was the eldest daughter of the Fengs, Feng Yichen. Overnight, she had gone from being a princess with a fortune of tens of millions to an ordinary person with no permanent assets. She could not accept such a drastic change. Early that morning, Feng Yichen was carrying a small Louis Vuitton suitcase. She turned around to look at the villa she had lived in for more than 10 years. Her expression was one of sadness. "Sister Yichen, Brother Biao is waiting for you." A skinny man with dyed blonde hair opened the car door with a smile and invited Feng Yichen in. Feng Yichen turned around and glanced at the black Mercedes-Benz 700. Her mood improved a little. She bent over and got in. Chapter 20. Feng Yichen silently turned her head away. She watched the scenery fly by outside the car window. She felt terrible. If her family hadn't been through so much, why would she be with someone like Brother Biao? But she had never thought about marrying him, so it made no difference to Feng Yichen whether he had a wife or not. The Brother Biao that the yellow-haired man had mentioned was the infamous boss of the underworld in Sea City. He had been courting her for a long time. Feng Yichen had never taken him seriously before, but she had always been tactful. She had never shown any contempt or disdain for Brother Biao. That was why Brother Biao had become her last hope. The car gradually drove away, and the Feng family's name disappeared in Sea City. Hua Xiaoheng had not been idle these days. Ever since he had found out that Yamaguchi Yuko had died in a car accident after returning to Japan, he had felt that something was amiss. At first, he had thought that it was just an accident caused by jealousy between girls, but later he realized that it was not that simple. Hua Xiao, do you really not want to deal with Yamaguchi Gumi in Japan? Zhao Yangza had been focusing on gathering intelligence on Japan these days. The Yamaguchi Gumi was of utmost importance. Hua Xiaoheng played with the round gold coin in his hand. Finally, he slammed on the table and made a decision. No, we're not going to deal with Yamaguchi Gumi. What? Yin Xixiang and Zhao Yangza jumped up in unison. Hua Xiao, you don't want revenge. This was really not Hua Xiao's style. Hua Xiaoheng glared at them. How is that possible? We're not going to deal with Yamaguchi Gumi. We're going to deal with Oda Masao directly. Zhao Yangza was the first to react. His eyes lit up, and he gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up. Hua Xiao is Hua Xiao. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the ringleader. We're going to deal with Oda Masao. Oda Masao, a biomedical expert at Tokyo Imperial Hospital in Japan, was the creator of H3-7 and the culprit behind the incident. Since they had chosen their target, the next step was to gather information on him. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Just as they were preparing, the Special Operations Forces stationed in Japan sent a message about Oda Masao. It turned out that the CIA and Britain's MI5 were both investigating Oda Masao. Hua Xiao, it looks like there really is something wrong with this Oda Masao. Zhao Yangzi projected the information sent by the Japanese Special Operations Forces on the big screen and explained it to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng placed one hand on the long table in front of him and the other on the armrest of the soft chair. He nodded thoughtfully. Then let's do it. We're going to Japan. Mr. Hua wants to go himself? Zhao Yangzi was shocked. Can't you let the people over there do it? This is no small matter. It's more appropriate for me to go there myself. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and closed the notebook next to him. He said to Zhao Yangzi, You and In Shixiang tell your families to come with me to Japan. This time, only the three of us will go. Roger, Chief. Zhao Yangzi quickly saluted and asked, What about the base? Where's Miss Gu? It had already been 5 days, and Gu Nianji still hadn't woken up. Chunlai also felt that there was something wrong with her blood sample, so he had been frantically searching for information to figure out what was going on. For both official and personal reasons, Hua Xiaoheng had to go to Japan personally to meet this Oda Masao. I've asked number 3 and number 4 to come over to the base. You guys don't have to worry about it, Hua Xiaoheng said as he walked out of the conference room. The number 3 and number 4, he was referring to were his other 2 personal secretaries. With Hua Xiaoheng's status and military rank, he could have 4 personal secretaries and 8 orderlies. Zhao Yangzi and In Shixiang were the 2 public personal secretaries. The other 2 were covert and had never revealed their identities to the outside world. Even Zhao Yangzi and In Shixiang didn't know them. The 8 orderlies were led by Fan Jian. The others were all helping out with miscellaneous tasks. It was the weekend again. This was the first Saturday after Gu Nianji had been infected with H3N7. Last Saturday, she had been taking a comfortable afternoon nap in her apartment. This Saturday, she had been lying unconscious in Hua Xiaoheng's personal building at the Special Operations Forces base. Nianji hasn't woken up yet? Hua Xiaoheng had brought Zhao Yangzi and In Shixiang to Japan. The first thing he did was call back to ask about Gu Nianji. Chunlai was nervously staring at his equipment. When he heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice over the phone, he didn't have time to answer. After a long while, he said in a trembling voice, She seems to be waking up. What are you talking about? What do you mean she seems to be waking up? Hua Xiaoheng held his phone as he sat on the windowsill of his room at the Chiba Hotel in Tokyo, Japan. His long legs were stretched out. He looked relaxed, but he was actually very alert. His room was on the 28th floor. The night view of Tokyo was displayed in front of him. Her brain waves are suddenly very active. Her heartbeat is speeding up and her eyelids are twitching. Compared to the data from a few days ago, it's like heaven and earth. Chunlai said excitedly, Did you know? This state of hers is commonly known as dreaming. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. After a while, he looked at his phone. If he didn't trust Zhao Liangzi's encryption ability and the Imperial military's manufacturing technology, he really would have suspected that he had called the wrong number. I'm telling you, she's dreaming now. That means she's going to wake up soon. Gu Nianji was indeed dreaming. In her dream, she returned to the first time she saw Hua Xiaoheng 6 years ago. The azure sky, the snow-white clouds, and the golden sun shone down on the earth. The gentle wind blew on her face. It was so familiar and warm. Suddenly, a huge passenger plane came out of the clouds. The people who were watching the scenery were immediately thrown into chaos. Everyone looked up at the sky. The blood-red words MH210 reflected the snow-white body of the plane. It left a deep impression in her mind. But the next moment, she was already in a sea of fire. She was the only person in the car. She was terrified, crying, and banging on the window. But all she saw was people pointing at her. The flames grew closer and closer, scorching her skin. She could even smell the burning ends of her hair. She wanted to escape, but found that she couldn't unbuckle her seatbelt no matter how hard she tried. Thick smoke filled the car, and her vision gradually blurred. In her despair, she finally saw someone smash open the window. The fire spread, and Hua Xiaoheng's tall figure appeared in the flames. His handsome face was illuminated by the flames into a frozen image. It was deeply imprinted in her memory. He rushed to the side of the car door, and a pair of strong arms opened the door with a whoosh. He viciously tore her seatbelt. He held her head in his arms, blocking the flames in the car. He quickly turned around and carried her as they escaped from the burning car. Boom, boom, boom. Several loud sounds rang out. Flames soared into the sky behind them. The car that had been burning just a moment ago had completely exploded. The huge wave of air was overwhelming, and many people around them fell to the ground. Hua Xiaoheng, who was trying to save her, saw that it was too late. He hurriedly pushed her down and covered her tightly with his broad body. She lay on the ground and looked over his neck. She saw the flames covering the sky. The flames were enchanting, and the black smoke was thick. It didn't look like a fire that a car could ignite. Chapter 21. Gun Yinji's eyes kept moving under her eyelids. She seemed to really want to wake up, but she couldn't open her eyes. She had never been so tired, and her consciousness was tossing and turning in her dreams. She dreamed that she had returned to the end of her memory, which was the car accident when she was 12 years old. She remembered the raging fire in the car, and remembered that it was Hua Xiaoheng who saved her from the car that was about to explode. Of course, when she saw her savior for the first time, she didn't know his name. She only firmly remembered him, remembered that he saved her from the burning car. She didn't remember who she was, where she came from, or where she was going. She didn't remember where her home was or where her parents were. The car she was in should have been the most important clue, but the huge explosion had turned the car into a pile of ash, leaving a huge crater on the ground. It was as if a large amount of explosives had gone off, but the Imperial Army couldn't find any traces of explosives in the crater. Just a gasoline explosion from a car could cause such a result? She didn't even remember who the driver was in her dreams. Everything was the same as 6 years ago. The 12-year-old cried hysterically and struggled to get out of the car. It was Hua Xiaoheng who hugged her tightly and didn't let her rush over. The rescued her was like a frightened little animal. She bit anyone who approached her, didn't trust anyone, and ignored everyone except for Hua Xiaoheng, who had saved her. She only trusted him. That year, Hua Xiaoheng was only 22 years old. He had just been transferred back from abroad and was ordered by the military to establish the Special Operations Forces. Because he was the only person who could communicate with her at that time, the Imperial Army made Hua Xiaoheng her guardian for safety reasons. Gun Yinji murmured restlessly in her sleep, tossing and turning. Her forgotten memories seemed to be coming back. Her heart beat faster and faster, and her head began to hurt. She gritted her teeth and tried her best to remember, because this time there was an additional plane in her memory. A plane with a blue sky and white clouds, with the eye-catching blood-red words MH210 written on the fuselage. She had seen this plane before, and it was before the car she was in exploded. Seeing that she was about to break through the barrier of her memory, she remembered what happened before the car accident 6 years ago, and her brain almost couldn't bear the burden. What was going on? She now remembered that she was sitting in the car and saw the plane descending from the sky, but she clearly remembered that the scene of the accident was on a busy street, far away from the airport, and there were no traces of the plane at all. In her sleep, Gun Yinji clenched her fists so tightly that they almost spasmed. Her brows furrowed deeply. The instrument monitoring Gun Yinji's brain activity immediately beeped shrilly. Chun-Lai quickly took out a large syringe and injected Gun Yinji with a sedative. He forced her to stop dreaming and fall into a deep sleep again. This was to protect Gun Yinji's brain from being overloaded with brain activity. Since she had been in a coma for a week, she should be very weak now. Her physical condition would definitely not be able to withstand too much intense brain activity. What she needed the most right now was a good sleep. She would be able to wake up the next morning. Chun-Lai observed the data on the device for a while and said confidently to Hua Xiaoheng, who was still on the other end of the line, "I believe she'll wake up tomorrow morning." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a moment and switched the phone to his other hand. He said quietly, "Then take her back to her apartment. I'll double the number of people to secretly protect her." He paused and then reminded, "Don't tell her anything related to me. Just say that I didn't have time to rush back this week and didn't see her. Chun-Li chuckled. What's wrong? Does Hua Xiao want to do a good deed without leaving his name? TSK. Actually, I wouldn't know what to say even if you wanted me to, so I didn't even think about mentioning it to her. Besides, his military order was still with Hua Xiaoheng. Why would Hua Xiaoheng make things difficult for him? It's best if she doesn't mention it. Remember the military order you made. Hua Xiaoheng brought up Chun-Li's military order to warn him. Chun-Li rolled his eyes and snorted. You don't have to remind me every day. My memory is just as good as yours. As he spoke, he got up and called 2 orderlies to help him pack up his equipment. At the same time, he called Yi Zitan to help Gun Yinji change her clothes and take her to the car. Gun Yinji was sent back to her penthouse apartment in the Fengya precinct in her deep sleep. The apartment had 2 units on each floor, but there was only 1 unit on the top floor. Therefore, the elevator went directly to her apartment. It was very safe and secluded. The next day was Sunday. Gun Yinji opened her eyes in the pale purple light of dawn. Her large eyes squinted as soon as she opened them. She wasn't used to the light in front of her. She quickly raised her arm to cover her eyes and wanted to lie there quietly for a while. Suddenly, a pleasant baritone voice reached her ear. It was the familiar voice of class rep Mei Xiaowen. You're awake? Gun Yinji finally opened her eyes and saw her surroundings clearly. She was lying in the bedroom of her apartment in the Fengya precinct. Class rep? Why are you here? Gun Yinji's eyes widened as she looked at Mei Xiaowen. Mei Xiaowen wore a lake blue shirt and black trousers. The seams were clear and straight, without a single crease. He wore a dark gray heart-shaped cashmere sweater over the shirt. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his refined face. His lips were curved in a joyful smile, and his hands were in his trouser pockets. He stood in front of her bed like a gentleman. Gun Yinji's eyes were large and dark, almost like they had a natural contact lens effect. Her eyes were large to begin with, and now they were round from shock. Half of her delicate, palm-sized face was practically filled with eyes. She looked like a beautiful girl from a manga. Mei Xiaowen couldn't help turning his head and averting his gaze. He smiled. You've been sick for a week. I'm here to visit you on behalf of the class. Gun Yinji gasped and said in disbelief, I've been sick for a week? No way. How could it be that long? Although she said that, she immediately remembered the birthday party with the Fengs. She remembered the embarrassment she had felt after being plotted against at the party. She also remembered that before she fainted, the last person she saw was Chun-Li. She couldn't help but look around and ask, Class rep, who let you in? This was her bedroom, after all. Mei Xiaowen sat on the side of her bed and looked at her rosy cheeks. He smiled. It was one of your uncles. Was a Hua Xiao. Gun Yinji panicked and immediately gestured nervously. Was he tall, very handsome, and very serious? Mei Xiaowen looked at Gun Yinji hesitantly, wondering what she was looking at. The man who had opened the door for him had a round face, a round nose, and a round mouth. Although he wasn't short, he definitely wasn't tall, and certainly didn't qualify as handsome. Also, his surname wasn't Hua. Chapter 22. Gun Yinji nodded softly. Her mood suddenly relaxed. If it was Chun-Li, then she would be relieved. She really didn't want Hua Xiao to know she had gotten into such embarrassing trouble. That's my brother Chun. Gun Yinji giggled as she explained. Where is he? He said he had something to do and just went out. Mei Xiaowen got up to pour her a glass of water. Are you thirsty? Gun Yinji licked her chapped lips and touched the glass with both hands, but didn't drink it. She thanked him with a smile. Please sit, class representative, I'm a guest. How could I ask you to serve me tea? Mei Xiaowen smiled, his elegant face filled with gentleness as he asked subtly. Yinji, so you live here? We thought. Everyone in the faculty knew Gun Yinji was an orphan and only had a distant uncle from an average family as her guardian. She also dressed normally. Although she was beautiful, the sharp eyes of the C University law students first focused on external things, such as the brands of her clothes, shoes, and bag, as well as where she lived. Gun Yinji had always lived in the dorms. Gun Yinji had never used any branded goods and wasn't in the dorms during the weekends. Apparently, she was working part-time to supplement her studies. Everyone thought she came from a poor family and sympathized with her. Mei Xiaowen was also from an aristocratic family, and his family status was higher than the Feng's. He could tell that Gu Nianji's penthouse in Fengya precinct wasn't cheap. If she really was an orphan from an average family, she wouldn't be able to afford a place like this. The decor was elegant and understated. To a knowledgeable person, everything in the apartment was of high quality. Even Mei Xiaowen couldn't tell the origins of some of the items, but that didn't stop him from estimating their value. Gu Nianji cocked her head and smiled. She wasn't embarrassed at all and said crisply, "Oh, you mean this apartment? It's not mine. I'm helping someone look after the apartment. You know that, right?" "Look after the apartment?" Mei Xiaowen didn't quite understand. "Isn't it yours or your relatives?" If Gu Nianji's relative had a house like this, then her family background wouldn't be too bad. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hands. No, it's not my relative's house either. To be honest, this house belongs to someone else. They're overseas, but they don't want the house to be left empty, nor do they want to rent it out. So, they found someone they know to look after the house. Coincidentally, I met them when I was working, so they let me stay for 2 days every weekend to help them clean up, collect mail, and pass on the property fees and utilities. Look, the master bedroom over there is locked. That's their room. I can't go in there. I can only stay in the smallest bedroom. Also, I can't go upstairs. Gu Nianji didn't want anyone to know Hua Xiaoheng's true identity, because she didn't want Hua Xiaoheng's halo, and she didn't want to get used to all this. She had always felt that this place did not belong to her. Once she regained her memory, she would leave Hua Xiaoheng and return to her circle of ordinary people. The apartment was under Hua Xiaoheng's name, and the master bedroom was also Hua Xiaoheng's. However, Hua Xiaoheng was very busy and spent most of his time at the Special Operations Forces base. When Gu Nianji came back over the weekend, he moved in with her because Hua Xiaoheng was worried about her living alone. As for the second floor, it was Hua Xiaoheng's studio, gun room, and gym. Gu Nianji hated the gun room and gym. Ever since she moved there 2 years ago to attend university, Hua Xiaoheng made her practice shooting and watch the stopwatch to make sure she worked out. She hated long distance running the most, so seeing the gym's treadmill was like seeing her mortal enemy. "I see. No wonder you don't live here every day." Mei Xiaowen smiled and nodded, believing Gu Nianji. They all knew that Gu Nianji lived in the C University Faculty of Law's female dormitory. She only left on the weekends to work to earn money. That made sense. She took care of the apartment for people and cleaned it once a week. Gu Nianji nodded and smiled. That's right. She looked down at herself. She was no longer wearing the off-shoulder blue-purple organza evening gown. Instead, she was wearing her cherry blossom pink striped velvet Egyptian cotton pajamas with long sleeves and long pants. The collar was all buttoned up neatly. She immediately lifted the thin blanket and got out of bed. She changed the subject without batting an eyelid. "Class rep, I'm better now. Thank you for coming to see me." Mei Xiaowen finally remembered why he was there when he saw Gu Nianji was about to leave. He turned to look at Gu Nianji, who was grinning from ear to ear. He said worriedly, "Nianji, your graduate student interview." "Graduate student interview? Oh no. How could I have forgotten about that?" Gu Nianji suddenly realized and slapped her forehead anxiously. She looked like she wanted to die. What should I do? My interview. It had already been a week. She had long since missed the interview. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the door lock click, and Chun Lai's round face popped in. He smiled and said, "Nianji, you're finally awake." He was surprised to see Gu Nianji jumping around in the bedroom. She was laughing, messing around, surprised, and upset. She didn't look like a patient who had just woken up after being in a coma for more than a week. If Chun Lai hadn't personally taken care of Gu Nianji for a week, he would never have believed that Gu Nianji was a patient who had been in a coma for a week. "Brother Chun, it's really been a week?" Gu Nianji moved closer to him nervously. "Then my interview." Chun Lai wanted to comfort her, but turned to see Mei Xiaowen watching them with interest. He was a little unhappy. He coughed and said, Class rep May, right? Thank you for coming to see our Yinji. She has just recovered from a serious illness, and I still have to take her to the hospital for a checkup. How about? Mei Xiaoan understood what he meant. He quickly said, I just came to see Yinji. It's good to know she's fine. He took out the present he had brought. This is the present I prepared for you at Feng Yishi's birthday party. I bought it especially for you. Keep it. You can use it if you need it in the future. Gun Yinji felt a little uncomfortable when she thought about it, but it had nothing to do with Mei Xiaoan. She couldn't take it out on him. She smiled and accepted the present with both hands. You're too kind. Class representative, I'll thank you when I get back. Mei Xiaoan looked at her and remembered how they had been laughing and joking at Feng Yishi's birthday party last Saturday. Now, they were completely different people. He suddenly felt a little sad and sighed. Oh, you still don't know, do you? Our class has become a hot topic on the internet. A hot topic on the internet, Gun Yinji said as she opened Mei Xiaoan's present. Does that mean our class is famous now? Yes, famous. Your best friend, Feng Yishi, is famous now. However, when she saw the trending topic on Weibo related to Feng Yishi, her attention was immediately drawn to it. The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched as she skimmed through it. So that's how it is. She really became an internet celebrity. Gun Yinji knew how much Feng Yishi despised internet celebrities. Every time she mentioned them, she would look at them with disdain. For the past 2 years, Gun Yinji had been number 1, and Feng Yishi had been number 2. Although Feng Yishi hadn't explicitly expressed it, Gun Yinji could sense that Feng Yishi was jealous of her. However, women were petty, and it was normal for competitors to be jealous of each other. Gun Yinji hadn't paid it much attention, so she hadn't expected Feng Yishi to actually use her jealousy to frame her. Mei Xiaoan sighed softly. She really doesn't have any self-respect. How could she touch something like that? No wonder she ended up in such a mess. Not only was she expelled, but she was also sentenced. I heard she's going to be in re-education for a year. Gun Yinji returned the phone to Mei Xiaoan and smiled. She was secretly pleased. Class rep, she asked for it. I told you, I'm not good enough for her to begin with. Don't ever say she's my best friend. She's always been the one saying it. I've never acknowledged it. Mei Xiaoan nodded. I know. I'll be on your side from now on. He paused. What about me? Am I your best friend? Class rep is the best friend of everyone in our class. Gun Yinji had finally found a suitable excuse and was happy to hear it. Mei Xiaoan put his hands in his trouser pockets and laughed. Don't be in such a hurry to give me the good guy card. I don't just want to be your best friend. Class rep sure knows how to joke. Gun Yinji had already opened Mei Xiaoan's gift box. Inside was a light green fishtail evening gown from Valentino. Class rep, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. Gun Yinji looked at the brand and quickly folded it back into the box before handing it back to Mei Xiaoan. It's fine, it's not expensive. I can still afford it. Mei Xiaoan insisted on not taking it back. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it in the trash. Gun Yinji was speechless. Chunlai narrowed his eyes at it and chuckled. That's true. An out-of-season dress should only be thrown in the trash. Mei Xiaoan glanced at Chunlai in surprise. To be able to tell at a glance that this evening gown was out of season, this person had good taste, Gun Yinji couldn't take it back since Chunlai had put it that way. She could only smile and say, it's a pretty evening gown, and from such a good brand. It would be a waste to throw it in the trash. I know class rep said that on purpose. If that's the case, then I'll accept it. When she graduated, she would give him a gift that was worth as much as this evening gown. Chunlai had already opened the bedroom door and was smiling at Mei Xiaoan, as if he was seeing him out. Mei Xiaoan couldn't stay any longer and asked reluctantly, Yinji, when are you going back to class? He continued, don't worry about the graduate student interview. Feng Yishi was supposed to have the best results, but something happened to her, so professor, he won't accept her anymore. You still have a chance. Gun Yinji walked Mei Xiaoan out and said self-deprecatingly, I dropped the ball at a critical moment. What chance do I have? If she can't do it, then the second place behind her will take her place. Mei Xiaoan walked out the door and stopped in front of the elevator to say to her, "Go back." Feng Yishi was the only one who had passed the interview that day. Everyone else had already been rejected. "I heard from the faculty that Professor he is still in our school, and the faculty is trying to get him to interview again, so I rushed over to inform you. Look, if it's yours, it's yours. No one could take it away from you." His words made Gun Yinji very happy. She smiled and said sweetly, "Thank you for your kind words. Class representative, I'll try it with Professor he when I get back to school." Seeking recommendation votes on Monday. Oh, intersection. Oh. The Major General's Book Friends Group, 146941331. Those who want to join can join, but the requirement now is to at least subscribe to one of the books, The Most Spoiled Wife, or The Most Beautiful Beauty, also known as The Most Spoiled Wife. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 24. After sending Mei Xiaoan off, Gun Yinji realized her face was sore from all the smiling. Rubbing her cheeks, she rolled her eyes at Chun Lai. "Brother Chun, you were so mean just now." Chun Lai took out his equipment and pulled her over for a checkup, smiling as he said, "How was I mean? It's normal for a gentleman to pursue a fair and graceful lady. Our Yinji is so pretty, smart, and capable. It would be strange if no one pursued her. I'm not as good as Brother Chun makes me out to be." Gun Yinji sat in front of Chun Lai and watched as he connected all sorts of equipment to her head, heart, and arm. All that was left was a full-body CT scan. Chun Lai stared at the data on the equipment and asked her, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Dizzy? Weak legs? Blurry vision?" Gun Yinji shook her head. "No, I don't feel dizzy, my legs aren't weak, and my vision is normal." Chun Lai nodded and rubbed his chin with one hand, wondering what Gun Yinji was up to. According to the data he knew, anyone who was infected with H3 would feel like they were peeling off a layer of skin. It was like overdrawing one's life to do it. The person's body would be weak for a while after the deed was done. But Gun Yinji's body indicators showed she was very healthy and had no problems at all. Chun Lai had Gun Yinji's annual physical examination data. It had started 6 years ago and had been done once a year. The indicators were all normal. Gun Yinji's current indicators were exactly the same as last year. No, she might even be healthier than last year. She had grown 10 centimeters taller and gained weight accordingly. Her body fat content was slightly on the high side, but she was definitely not fat because she had a small frame. Therefore, although she was not yet 18 years old, her body was slender and well-proportioned. She was voluptuous in all the right places and slender in all the right places. She was an absolute beauty. When he compared the healthy data with the H3 data that he had obtained before, he almost thought that the evidence he obtained before was wrong, and Gun Yinji's body was too healthy. Even if she hadn't been infected with H3, she had been unconscious for 6 days and was alive and kicking the moment she woke up. That was shocking enough. Chun Lai's eyes moved to Gun Yinji's arm, and his fingers twitched involuntarily. He had the urge to draw another tube of blood. However, he remembered that he had already drawn a lot of blood this week. If he continued, Gun Yinji would probably become anemic, so he didn't dare to draw anymore. If Wu Xiaoheng found out, he would probably be in deep trouble. Chun Lai absolutely did not want Wu Xiaoheng to hold a grudge against him. That was a master who could be ruthless to the point of being ruthless. Gun Yinji looked at Chun Lai a few times and saw that he was staring at the instrument in silence. She could only ask hesitantly, "Brother Chun, what happened to me after that?" "What do you mean after?" Chun Lai focused on fiddling with the equipment and monitoring Gun Yinji's pulse, blood pressure, and heartbeat at the same time. Like a lie detector, he could tell if she was telling the truth. "After I fainted that day," Gun Yinji blushed and couldn't help covering her face. It was too embarrassing. She remembered calling Chun Lai and saying that she wasn't feeling well and that she wanted a man. Chun Lai glanced at Gun Yinji. His voice softened. "Yinji, do you remember what happened before you passed out?" He wanted to know how much Gun Yinji remembered. Gun Yinji's fingers that were covering her face parted to look at Chun Lai. She said very softly, Didn't I go to Feng Ishi's birthday banquet? Brother Chen even helped me find an evening dress. Yeah, and then? Didn't I tell you already? And then I went, but Feng Ishi pricked me on the shoulder with something. I, I didn't feel well, so I hurried back to Huashao's villa to call Brother Chun for help. Gun Yinji finished speaking in one breath. Only then did she feel less embarrassed. She put down her hands that were covering her face. Her little face was still pink, like the most delicate flower in bud. Her eyes were shimmering. Chunlai nodded. His voice became even gentler, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He lowered his voice and asked, And then I don't remember. Gun Yinji finally asked what was on her mind anxiously. Brother Chun, was I under an aphrodisiac? And then, how did it get better? She didn't dare look up at Chunlai's eyes. She hung her head deeply, her fingers digging into the embroidery on the armchair cushion to make the hole bigger. Chunlai looked at her and walked over to remove her hand from the cushion of the chair. He patted her head and chuckled. Of course it's Brother Chun who's amazing. He cured you. What's so amazing about an aphrodisiac? Your Brother Chun made a move. It was a piece of cake. It's fine, it's fine. Aren't you fine now? Oh, Gun Yinji looked up in surprise. Really? Did Brother Chun cure me? No. I really had to do that with a man, right? I read a lot of novels where it's like that. Of course not. Chunlai shook his head quickly and retorted righteously. Yinji, you're still young. Don't read those nonsensical novels. It's pseudoscience to say that you need a man to cure an aphrodisiac. Your Brother Chun is the military doctor. I have ways to cure an aphrodisiac. Indeed, Chunlai had an antidote for all the aphrodisiacs in the world, except for H3 of 7. Chunlai gritted his teeth and swore to himself that he would find an antidote for this aphrodisiac. He didn't believe that perverted Oda Misao could really come up with something so amazing. Why didn't he go to heaven? Gun Yinji was very happy to get Chunlai's assurance that the aphrodisiac had been cured with medicine. Her lips curled up and her eyes curved like two crescent moons. Brother Chun, I have a favor to ask of you. Gun Yinji smiled for a while, then remembered the most important thing and quickly asked Chunlai, What else? Tell me everything. It's about the aphrodisiac. Can Brother Chun not tell Huashiao about it? Gun Yinji knew that Chunlai had been entrusted by Huashiao to look after her when he wasn't in Sea City. She also didn't remember Chunlai calling Huashiao at all. Chunlai was overjoyed. This matter was so easy. It was like a pillow delivered to him when he wanted to doze off. His luck was extraordinary. I definitely won't tell Huashiao. Do I have nothing better to do than to make things difficult for myself? Chunlai joked and extended his palm. Let's clap hands to make an oath. Give him a 5. Gun Yinji happily clapped 3 times with him and had one thing off her mind. After that, Gun Yinji felt her stomach growl. She was so hungry that she hugged her stomach and collapsed on the single-seater sofa. She said weakly to Chunlai, Brother Chun, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Of course. Wait here, I'll order takeout. Chunlai smiled as he walked out with his phone to order takeout. Gun Yinji was sleepy after eating and slept for the rest of the afternoon. It was Sunday when Gun Yinji woke up. It was also the second day since Huashiao had brought In Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi to Japan. On Sunday evening, the 3 of them finished scouting and returned to the Chiba Hotel for a meeting to summarize the investigation during the day. After that, they began to chat about random things. Zhao Liangzi and In Shixiang exchanged a look and sneakily moved closer to Huashiao. Huashiao, we've been training to resist seduction for so long. Do you want to test the results today? Chapter 25. Huashiao glanced at them and put his phone back into his pocket. Test? How? Hee. Of course we're going to test the famous Japanese TV actresses. Zhao Yangzi and In Shixiang rubbed their hands together and winked. If we don't test the Japanese TV actresses, how will we know how good we are at resisting seduction? Besides, it's just a test. We don't have to actually do it. Their goal was to watch a Japanese TV actress's reality show, right? Hua Xiaoheng ignored them and walked to the window with a cup of tea to look at the night sky. The night view of Tokyo was still very beautiful. The lights in the high-rise buildings were like pearls that flickered and flickered, reflecting off the stars in the dark blue night sky, brewing a quiet and peaceful scene. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang were disappointed when Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. The two of them sighed, each holding a cup of coffee as they sat on the sofa, and muttered, "Big Xiong, have you ever had a woman? I don't even have a girlfriend. Where'd I get a woman?" Yin Shixiang spat. "What about you? Didn't you go after a female officer in District 3? What was her name? Don't say it. Not only did I not get her, I almost got beaten up." Zhao Yangzi shook his head listlessly. "Her suitors could line up from District 3 to District 4. How could I get her? She's that good? I think she's just so-so." Yin Shixiang rubbed the back of his head and said with melancholy, "What does it feel like to do it with a woman? If we keep resisting like this, do you think we'll end up with impotence? What about having children in the future? I'm the only child in my family for 5 generations." Hua Xiaoheng finally turned around and walked over from the window. He put down a cup of tea in his hand and said dryly, "I won't be impotent. You guys are overthinking it." "How am I overthinking it?" "Hua Xiao, you've experienced that kind of anti-seduction training. Are you really not worried about impotence? Or premature ejaculation?" Hua Xiaoheng looked down and lit a cigarette to take a drag. He said dryly, "Can't you be more ambitious? Isn't it embarrassing to think about women all the time? It's getting late. Go to bed early. We'll take action early tomorrow." "Mr. Hua, you have no right to speak on this issue." Zhao Liangzi boldly fought for the right to have proper sex. "You've never tried it, so how do you know we're overthinking it? Besides, who thinks about women all the time? Now that I'm in Japan, it's convenient. How do you know I haven't tried?" Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head and flicked the ash off his cigarette. He turned around and went back to his room. His handsome and cold face, which was like an ice sculpture, actually seemed to be melting. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They shouted from behind him, "Mr. Hua, when did you lose your virginity? Why didn't we know about it?" As Major General Hua's personal secretary, it was a great dereliction of duty not to pay attention to the Major General's milestone private life. Bad review. Hua Xiaoheng ignored the 2 personal secretaries and calmly returned to his room. He took out his phone and subconsciously dialed a number. "Hello? Who is this?" Gun Yinji's sweet and delicate voice came from the other end. Hua Xiaoheng didn't expect Gun Yinji to actually be awake. He composed himself and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Gun Yinji was running on the treadmill in the gym and listening to music with her headphones on. When she heard the call, she immediately picked it up and heard Hua Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice. She was instantly overjoyed and smiled. "I'm working out." Then she complained coquettishly, "I've gained weight again. I need to lose weight." "You're not fat. It's better to be fuller," Hua Xiaoheng said casually with a cigarette in his hand. As soon as he said that, both of them fell silent. Gun Yinji, Hua Xiaoheng was the first to react. He smoked unnaturally and blew out a white smoke ring. It lingered in front of his eyes as he asked calmly, "Little darling, is that you?" Gun Yinji was speechless and spat internally. She drawled, "Hua Xiaoheng, I'm Yinji, Gun Yinji. Did you get the wrong person?" She had been with Hua Xiaoheng for 6 years and had never heard him call anyone little darling so affectionately. Hua Xiaoheng grunted and put out the cigarette in the ashtray on the bedside table. His voice was cold and low. "Wrong number. Go to bed early." Then he hung up the phone. Gun Yinji thought to herself as she jogged. Did Hua Xiaoheng have a girlfriend? Should she ask Chunlai about it? Hua Xiaoheng felt a bit warm after the call. He changed into his sportswear and went to the hotel gym. It was already late at night, so there weren't many people in the gym. A few Japanese men in tights were gathered together and chattering. Their expressions were exaggerated, and their tone of speech was also very fast. When they saw Hua Xiaoheng walk in, it was obvious he wasn't Japanese. They thought he didn't understand Japanese, so they didn't hold back and continued to talk about private topics without restraint. Men's bra's been very comfortable lately. I feel uneasy when I go out today. Yes. I don't feel safe when I don't wear a bra every day. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know much Japanese, but his Bluetooth headset had an instant translation function, so he could clearly hear the Japanese men talking about men's bras. He was speechless. He walked to the treadmill with a straight face and started running. Major General Hua, with his long legs and wide shoulders, ran like a leopard. His powerful masculinity radiated throughout the gym. A few Japanese women who had just come in to work out couldn't help but look over. The other Japanese men who were talking about men's bras couldn't stand it anymore and mocked them sourly. Runs so fast. Why don't you go to the Olympics? So fast. That's right. What are you pulling for? Hua Xiaoheng turned a deaf ear to them and finished running. He stepped off the treadmill and picked up one of the jealous Japanese men with one hand. He placed him on the treadmill and tied the man's arm to the handle of the treadmill. Then he switched to the fastest speed and patted the man on the shoulder. He said in a low voice, "Good luck." The treadmill started running quickly. The Japanese man was immediately forced to run with him, wailing like a ghost. The running treadmill made him out of breath, but his arm was firmly tied to the treadmill. He couldn't break free, so he could only scream like a pig being slaughtered, "Help! Help! Help! Help!" Hearing someone crying for help, the gym security guards rushed in and rescued the Japanese man with great difficulty. However, the man had already fainted. Hua Xiaoheng had already left the gym without looking back and returned to his room. He had just taken a shower when his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Chun Lai. Chapter 26. Mr. Hua, Nianji's awake. Do you want to talk to her? Chun Lai didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to destroy all the data related to Gu Nianji like last time. Therefore, he waited until he was finally done organizing all the data, entering it into the computer, storing it in batches, and uploading it to the cloud for backup before calling Hua Xiaoheng to report Gu Nianji's condition. Really? It's too late. Hua Xiaoheng was calm and concise. He didn't mention that he had already called the wrong number. Chun Lai thought Hua Xiaoheng had no intention of talking to Gu Nianji, so he could only take the initiative to report Gu Nianji's condition after she woke up. It's quite a coincidence. I thought she would wake up today, but I didn't know when. Later, Nianji's class monitor from university came to visit her. I let him in first, but not long after, I heard Nianji chattering as she woke up. "Ha, these two are so faded." Hua Xiaoheng used a large towel to wipe the water from his hair. His voice was very cold. "I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." "How am I talking nonsense?" Chun Lai rolled up his sleeves and sat on the swivel chair in Hua Xiaoheng's study. He spun around and said, "Also, I have something more important to tell you. Speak." Nianji's class monitor confessed to her. He's a tall, refined young man. He's good-looking and comes from a good family. He's even more gentle to Nianji. A young girl like Nianji should be loved and cherished. Chun Lai's voice came from the phone and gradually drifted into the night of Tokyo, Japan. Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused as he dried his hair. He only grunted in acknowledgement. "It's true. Don't doubt it. Her class monitor is a good person." He generously showed his phone to Nianji right in front of me. Not only did he set Nianji's photo as a screensaver, but he also lovingly entered Nianji's fingerprint into his phone to unlock it. That way Nianji can unlock his phone at any time. It means he has no privacy in front of her. TSK. Hua Xiao, I think Nianji can marry this person. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his phone silently. He didn't know when he had set Nianji's photo as a screensaver. He swiped his finger across the screen and opened the photo album on his phone. Expressionlessly, he deleted it. He instantly deleted all photos of Gu Nianji from his phone. Chun Lai was still rambling on over the phone. Hua Xiaoheng finished deleting the photo and said dryly, "Nianji isn't even 18 yet. It's too early for her to be in a relationship. But as long as Nianji likes him, I won't interfere. I still have something to do." Then he hung up. Then he calmly dialed Zhao Liang's number. His voice immediately became low. "Connect to Nianji's university class rep's phone immediately and delete all of Ninji's fingerprints stored on it. Remember, you have to delete everything. No matter what software or tools you use, you can't recover it. Zhao Yangzi was lying on the bed with Yin Shixiang, trying to figure out which heroine had taken the major general's virginity. When she received Hua Xiaoheng's call, she was so shocked that she almost fell off the bed. What? Ninji's fingerprint was saved on someone else's phone. Who the F CK was so stupid? How could she just give something as important as fingerprints to someone else? If the other party had her fingerprint, Ninji would have no privacy in front of him. He could also use Ninji's fingerprint to do anything and then pin the blame on Ninji. Hua Xiao, these fingerprints must be deleted. Zhao Yangzi hurriedly expressed his indignation. What he said was exactly what Hua Xiaoheng wanted. A faint smile appeared on his face, but quickly disappeared. Zhao Yangzi was greatly relieved to hear that they only had to hack into someone's phone to delete the stored fingerprint. He gestured to Yin Shixiang that it was fine and immediately hung up. What is it? Is there a mission? Yin Shixiang also became serious. It's not a big deal. Ninji's fingerprint was saved. Zhao Yangzi typed a command on his phone. His phone immediately became a powerful miniature server. Hello, Big Xiong. What was the name of Ninji's university class rep? Do you have his phone number? Yin Shixiang was in charge of Gu Ninji's university matters. He immediately replied, Mei Xiaowen? His phone number is. As he spoke, he gave Zhao Yangzi a string of phone numbers and asked nervously, Can you do it? That kid's phone seems to be an iPhone. The encryption is top-notch. Don't underestimate me. My slogan is, give me a phone number, and I can pry out the owner's entire fortune. Zhao Yangzi blew on both hands nonchalantly, then entered Mei Xiaowen's phone number into the software he had meticulously created. He pressed the search button and began to search for Mei Xiaowen's phone in the vast network. Hua Xiaoheng returned to bed with his phone. He had wanted to sleep, but he was wide awake after smoking. His fingers scrolled through the phone's directory and paused on Gu Ninji's name for a moment. Finally, he dialed her number. Gu Ninji had just finished exercising and went to the bathroom to shower. She had just finished and was sitting in front of her vanity to put on a face mask. When she heard her phone ring, she took it to see it was an unfamiliar number. She hesitated, but still picked it up and said hello. Ninji. Hua Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice sounded from the other end of the line. Gu Ninji's tiny face immediately lit up like sunlight. Hua Xiao, you didn't call the wrong number this time, right? She cried out in surprise. Call me uncle. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly insisted on correcting Gu Ninji's address. Gu Ninji was stunned for a moment and frowned at the phone. However, she was used to obeying Hua Xiaoheng, so she could only correct herself. Uncle Hua. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Although he wasn't too happy with the way he addressed her, it was better than the impolite Hua Xiao. Hua Xiaoheng threw away the cigarette, but his tone was still calm and had a hint of magnetism to it. It was so pleasant to the ear. Ninji, I heard from Chunlai that you were sick and missed the post-grad interview. Oh yes. Asterisk * asterisk. Gu Ninji was a bit embarrassed. Brother Chin told you? Yes. He also said you saved your fingerprints on someone else's phone. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was deep and unhurried. His final syllable was especially magnetic and tugging at the heartstrings. But when he was truly angry, his final syllable was like a sharp knife, as if he wanted to gouge out a person's heart. Gu Ninji sensitively sensed that Hua Xiaoheng might be angry. She quickly sat up and tried to remain calm. I was wrong, Hua Xiao. Uncle Hua, please don't be angry. I'll ask class rep to delete my fingerprints when I go to school tomorrow. Hua Xiaoheng grunted, but didn't mention that he had already asked Zhao Yangzi to delete it. Gu Ninji's heart began to beat faster. Remember to take care of yourself in the future. Hua Xiaoheng noticed that Gu Ninji's mood on the other end of the line wasn't quite right. She seemed very nervous. He didn't want her to be afraid of him, but he didn't know how to coax a child. After a long silence, he said into the phone, Be good. I used Google Translate to Japanese in the last chapter, so it must have looked very weird. 233 3333. Please forgive me if you understand Japanese. If a Japanese expert is interested, you can help me translate it into standard Japanese. I can replace it. Oh, intersection underscore intersection. Oh. Also, as long as everyone knows what kind of actress I'm referring to, it'll be fine. If I add those two special letters, my novel will be directly blocked. The first chapter of my novel was blocked by the website because of those two letters. It didn't pass the review, and I almost couldn't write it. Also, please recommend me. Chapter 27. Gun Yinji stared at the phone for a long time before coughing and muttering. Uncle Hua, it's Yinji. Had he mistaken her for someone else again? Okay, sleep early. Was Xiaoheng hung up and could finally sleep peacefully. Early the next morning, he, Zhao Yangzi, and Yin Shixiang checked out of the Chiba Hotel, picked up their backpacks, and split up. Hua Xiaoheng went to Tokyo Imperial University Hospital. Zhao Yangzi went directly to Tokyo Airport to make arrangements. Yin Shixiang went to Shinjuku Gyoen to keep an eye on Oda Masao, in case he suddenly returned to the lab and ruined their plans. Today was Tokyo's Cherry Blossom Day. Meteorologists predicted that the cherry blossoms at Shinjuku Gyoen would bloom the most. Although it was a Monday, there were still many Japanese who went to Shinjuku Gyoen early in the morning to see the cherry blossoms. Many beautiful cherry trees had been covered with cushions, and groups of Japanese people with their families were sitting around. Yin Shixiang had specifically tagged along with a tour group to Shinjuku Gyoen. All three of them had undergone special training to disguise themselves when they were out on missions. Right now, in the eyes of outsiders, Yin Shixiang was just an ordinary tourist from the Empire who wore sunglasses, a hunched back, and a silly little red hat that was commonly worn by tour groups. According to the information they had received, Oda Masao was coming to Shinjuku Gyoen to see the cherry blossoms. He was a scholar obsessed with biomedicine, almost as obsessed as Chun Lai. He was even more of a homebody than Chun Lai, spending almost all of his time in the lab. He had no family, no relatives, no friends, only his own instruments and data. His greatest interest was to come to Shinjuku Gyoen to see the cherry blossoms once a year. Hua Xiaoheng had gone to Tokyo Imperial University Hospital yesterday and discovered that Oda Masao's lab did not have a special security system. It would not be difficult to sneak in, but the biggest problem was Oda Masao himself. Because he lived in his laboratory 24 hours a day, they had thought of all sorts of ways to break in, but could not find a way to do so without alerting Oda Masao. Then they discovered that Oda Masao would be leaving his lab the next day to go to Shinjuku Gyoen to see the cherry blossoms. God was on their side. They returned to the hotel to discuss the matter and split up the next day. When Yin Shixiang arrived at Shinjuku Gyoen, Hua Xiaoheng had also arrived at Tokyo Imperial University Hospital. Mr. Hua, I saw Oda Masao. He's sitting under the cherry blossom tree with his graduate students. Yin Shixiang wore headphones and talked as he walked, as if he was listening to music. He was dressed exactly like countless tourists. Hua Xiaoheng had just walked out of the small room next to Oda Masao's laboratory. He had changed into a white lab coat and was wearing custom-made black-rimmed glasses and a light blue surgical mask. The lab key card that Zhao Yangzi had prepared for him hung around his neck. Last night, Zhao Yangzi had successfully infiltrated Oda Masao's laboratory system and obtained a barcode for Hua Xiaoheng's access card. Of course, they did not find any experimental data related to H3 of 7 in the laboratory's intranet. Chun Lai had warned them about this a long time ago because he had been particularly envious of the experimental data on that thing. However, no matter how hard he tried, all he could get his hands on were bits and pieces of Oda Masao's research published in some authoritative academic journals. Like them, Oda Masao did not believe in the security of the internet. That was why he kept his most important documents on paper and never uploaded them to the internet. This time, Hua Xiaoheng had decided to come to Japan because Gun Yinji had fallen for it. He wanted to get his hands on all the data and formula for H3 of 7, just in case. Hua Xiaoheng's attire was inconspicuous as he walked along the corridor of the laboratory. He was surrounded by people dressed similarly, because Oda Masao's laboratory was located in the same building as the surgical clinic of Imperial University Hospital. After turning a corner, Oda Masao's plain and unadorned laboratory door was right in front of him. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look like a valuable laboratory. However, one could not judge a book by its cover. Who knew if he was deliberately trying to fool others? Hiding the city was also a very clever camouflage. There was no one else around the laboratory. Hua Xiaoheng took out his access card and swiped it. As soon as he entered, he locked the door and tapped the intercom 5 times. Zhao Liangzi, who was on the other end of the line, understood that Hua Xiaoheng had entered and immediately took over the surveillance system in Oda Masao's laboratory. Oda Masao's laboratory data was not connected to the internet, but his laboratory's power supply, central air conditioning, and surveillance cameras were connected to the internet. They were all managed by Imperial University Hospital's electrical system and security department. Hua Xiaoheng's intercom quickly responded with 3 long beeps and 1 short beeps, indicating that Zhao Liangzi had successfully taken over the surveillance cameras. Without the surveillance cameras and no one else in the laboratory, Hua Xiaoheng was free to search for relevant data. He searched all the way to the safety deposit box in the innermost office of Oda Masao's laboratory, where he finally found a sign related to H3 of 7. The password to the safety deposit box was not difficult to decode. Hua Xiaoheng had special training in decoding, so it was not difficult for him. After deciphering the password, he opened the safety deposit box. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly moved when he saw the neatly arranged data and a box of neatly stacked test tubes. The safety deposit box was equipped with an infrared sensor, so he could not directly reach in to take the data. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the surveillance camera. Zhao Liangzi was on the other end of the surveillance camera. He immediately understood Hua Xiaoheng's intention and cut off the power to the infrared sensor. As soon as the power was cut, Hua Xiaoheng quickly reached in and took out the thick stack of paper data and the box of test tubes, then replaced it with a stack of white paper that was almost the same thickness. After taking everything away, Hua Xiaoheng immediately left the laboratory and went to one of the washrooms in the building. He took off his specially made glasses and modified them into a scanner. He began to quickly scan all the data, and at the same time, sent it directly to Chunlai's office at the Sea City military base through the Empire's private encrypted satellite. Zhao Liangzi took advantage of this opportunity to quickly switch back to the surveillance camera. The hospital's security monitor was still showing a clean, undisturbed laboratory. Chunlai had just returned to his office at the Empire's Sea City Special Operations Forces base. He turned on his work computer and immediately found several important encrypted files in the process of being transferred. He accepted them and casually opened the first file. After reading a few pages, his entire body suddenly froze. Sweat poured down his face, and his round eyes were filled with terror. He took out his phone like a madman and dialed Hua Xiaoheng's private military number with a trembling voice. By the time Hua Xiaoheng received Chunlai's call, the scan was almost complete. He carefully packed the box of test tubes in a heat-insulated lead box and put it in his backpack. He asked, "What's up?" "I just looked at the data you sent. H3 of 7. H3 of 7. It's not an aphrodisiac. It's obviously a virus." Hua Xiaoheng's hand froze. "What did you say?" "Say it again." His voice was slow and low, like a heavy metal sinking step by step into the deep sea. It was suffocating. "I haven't looked at it in detail, but I'm very sure that this is not an ordinary aphrodisiac. Its chemical structure is basically a virus that kills without leaving a trace." Chunlai's face was dark as he said each word clearly. Chapter 28. F***CK. No wonder I couldn't come up with an antidote. Antidotes are useless against viruses. The only thing that can counter viruses is a vaccine. Chunlai's cursing came through the earpiece. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes. He who would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, suddenly felt like someone was strangling his throat. He didn't doubt Chun Lai's words, nor did he think he was exaggerating. As the Empire's god of military doctors, Chun Lai's main focus during his PhD was on biological virus weapons. Whether it was natural or synthetic viruses, Chun Lai had the right to speak. Ding! The scanner made a crisp sound, and all the scanning and transmission ended. Hua Xiaoheng's mind spun quickly, thinking that they had to change their plan again. At first, they didn't expect it to be this serious. In his office, Chun Lai quickly opened the last document that had been sent to him and read it. With the help of the computer's automatic translation software, he had already skimmed through the last set of data. As soon as he finished reading, his already pale face turned even paler, and even his lips lost their color. He panted and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "The effects of this virus are amazing. According to the final data, all those who were injected with this drug died within 6 months or a year." He paused and looked at the data again. They were all women from our country, and all died of illness. Normal deaths. There was no abnormality found. In other words, this biological weapon had already reached the stage of killing people without leaving a trace. Hua Xiaoheng's expression became more serious. He disassembled the scanner and put it back on. He asked in a low voice, "Then why is it said that H3 is a top-notch aphrodisiac?" Aphrodisiac is probably a side effect of this virus research. This kind of thing is very common in the history of drug development. The famous little blue pill called Viagra was originally developed to treat angina pectoris. In the end, it was discovered by researchers that it was unique in its ability to strengthen one's sex drive. It was especially effective, even better than angina pectoris. Therefore, that medicine became the Viagra that everyone is familiar with. Chun Lai explained briefly to Hua Xiaoheng, "I'm guessing that this H3 is similar to the research and development of Viagra. That's why everyone is familiar with its side effects, and it also played a very good role in the clinical trials of this virus reagent. This time, it was also a coincidence that this huge conspiracy was exposed in advance." Chun Lai broke out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. Although he was interested in H3 in the past, people in the industry thought that it was an aphrodisiac. Not many people paid attention to it, because it was something that could not be shown in public. Even Chun Lai himself was mostly curious, so he didn't really use any means to search for all the data. If Gu Nianji hadn't been caught in the trap, Hua Xiaoheng, a top figure in the Special Operations Forces, wouldn't have taken the time to come to Japan personally to get the raw data from Oda Masao. If they did not obtain the full set of original data, they would never know that someone had already gone so far with the special virus that targeted the people of the Empire. Other than Hua Xiaoheng, no one else had the resources or opportunities to carry out the entire event. Although it seemed that only 3 people had appeared, there were already thousands of supporters behind them. On the other end of the line, Hua Xiaoheng did not speak for a long time. Chun Lai panicked and shouted, "Hua Xiao, listen up, that's a virus. What are the characteristics of a virus? It's an endless encroachment and destruction, until the physical body is obliterated. If we can't find the antidote and create a vaccine, not only will Nianji's life be in danger, but all the women in the Empire will be targeted by this special virus." At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng's heart felt like it was being pulled on a steel wire, and pulled in a full circle. "I'll get you all the data and the original strain of the virus. Can you create a vaccine?" Theoretically, no problem. Hua Xiaoheng had already hung up before Chun Lai could finish. In that instant, he made his decision. Considering Oda Masao's hidden identity and status, the Japanese military's determination to get their hands on H3 and the CIA and British MI5's frequent attempts to recruit Oda Masao, Xiaoheng concluded that Oda Masao had an irreplaceable role in the experimental development of this special virus. In the field of advanced technology, the most important thing was always a person with a special skill. The loss of a high-tech talent could cause an industry to regress by 50 years or be completely cut off. As long as Chun Lai could develop a vaccine, there was no need for Oda Misao to remain. Hua Xiaoheng calmly ordered Yin Shixiang into the intercom. The situation has changed. The target must be eliminated. Yin Shixiang was lazily leaning against a cherry blossom tree with an oil paper umbrella in his hand, having lunch. When he received Hua Xiaoheng's order, his relaxed expression immediately disappeared. His dark eyes flashed, and he only said 2 words, "Roger that." As a soldier of the Special Operations Forces and Hua Xiaoheng's personal secretary, they were used to not asking any questions. They only needed to obey. Obey. And obey. Obedience was a soldier's duty. The tree in front of them was full of pale, pink cherry blossoms. They clustered around the branches like clouds of snow. A gentle breeze blew, and Shinjuku Gyoen looked like it was raining cherry blossoms. Under the bright sun, the blue sky and white clouds became the most beautiful backdrop. The Japanese, who loved cherry blossoms, couldn't help but dance around the cherry blossom trees. The melodious music complemented the fluttering petals. It was a beautiful sight. Yin Shixiang, however, didn't relax at all. Hua Xiaoheng had suddenly ordered Oda Misao to be eliminated. It looked like there was a big problem somewhere. Yin Shixiang put away the oil paper umbrella in his hand and slowly touched it from the tip all the way to the handle. In this brief moment, he had already placed a highly toxic substance specially made by the Empire on the tip of the oil paper umbrella. This substance was colorless and odorless. As long as it was inserted into the body, it would circulate to the heart and immediately cause sudden death. No amount of nitroglycerin would help. He bent over, stood up with the umbrella in his hand, and slowly walked forward. Oda Misao was singing and dancing under the cherry blossom tree with his graduate students. They were having a great time. This was the most exciting and emotional moment of the year for him. The atmosphere in Shinjuku Gyoen was getting more and more enthusiastic. There were more people singing and dancing, and the crowd was getting crowded. Among the people singing and dancing under another tree, a few of them took too big a step and accidentally tripped over a hole in the ground, falling forward. Their fall pushed Yin Shixiang, who was passing by, forward. Yin Shixiang took advantage of the situation and staggered forward to Oda Misao, who was dancing with his legs crossed. He silently lifted the oil paper umbrella that he was holding like a walking stick and lightly pricked Oda Misao's calf. Chapter 29. Yin Shixiang had just inserted an extremely thin needle into the tip of the oil paper umbrella. The center of the fine steel needle was hollow and contained a highly toxic substance specially developed by the imperial military. Oda Misao was at the height of his excitement. The slight chill on his calf was lighter than a mosquito bite, but he didn't care at all. His short stature spun around and had already jumped to the other side of the cherry blossom tree. Yin Shixiang chuckled and turned a few rounds with the dancing crowd. He held his umbrella as he made way for them and headed out of the main road. He could tell that Oda Misao was surrounded by several Secret Service agents who were secretly protecting him. However, everyone was immersed in the beauty of the cherry blossom rain. Moreover, Oda Misao's identity had been hidden very well for so many years. The Secret Service personnel had no idea that someone had already made a move against him. There were many people going in and out of Shinjuku Gyoen. Yin Shixiang quickly followed the crowd out of Shinjuku Gyoen and headed directly to Tokyo Imperial University Hospital to meet up with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had already turned around and returned to Oda Misao's laboratory. He burned all the documents and data to ashes and finally installed a flame bomb in the laboratory that could cause a large fire at any time. Zhao Yangzi watched from the other side of the surveillance camera. His expression grew even more solemn. He silently erased all the images and directly uploaded a computer virus to the Tokyo Imperial University Hospital's intranet. When the Tokyo Imperial University Hospital's intranet administrators realized something was wrong and activated emergency measures, the computer virus would immediately spread to the entire intranet and automatically erase countless confidential data stored in their systems. When In Shixiang hurried over, Hua Xiaoheng had just walked out of the Tokyo Imperial University Hospital's main entrance. The two of them greeted each other, but didn't speak. They got into a taxi one after the other and sped towards Tokyo International Airport. Zhao Liangze, who was in charge of the airport dispatching, had already connected to the Imperial Civil Aviation line. This was an Imperial Civil Aviation flight, so they didn't have to go through so many security checks when boarding the plane. When Hua Xiaoheng and In Shixiang arrived, Zhao Liangze immediately led them to hand Hua Xiaoheng's backpack to the civil aviation operator so that the test tube sample could be taken out. Hua Xiaoheng and the other two showed their Imperial Civil Aviation boarding passes at the boarding gate. They didn't have much luggage, so after passing the airport security check, they led Zhao Liangze and In Shixiang to the VIP passage without looking around. This way, please. The receptionist of the civil airliner of the Imperium stood at the door of the cabin courteously and welcomed them in with a smile. Then they were arranged to stay in an exclusive room in the first-class cabin that was completely separated from the other first-class passengers. The Empire's commercial plane quickly took off and circled half a circle above Tokyo before flying toward the Empire's Sea City International Airport. Just as they flew back to the airspace of the Empire, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out from a seemingly ordinary laboratory in the Tokyo Imperial University Hospital in Japan. A huge cluster of flames emerged from the window of the laboratory, causing chaos in the laboratory. Following that, the resulting fire burned everything inside to nothingness. However, the people in the laboratory had no time to put out the fire. Half an hour before the fire, their instructor, Oda Masao, the most secretive officer in the Japanese military, had a heart attack while looking at the cherry blossoms. He was already on his way to the hospital. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and leaned against the soft seat in the first-class cabin. He hugged his arms and dozed off. Zhao Liangze was constantly monitoring the news on the Japanese intranet. Soon after, the explosion and fire at the Tokyo Imperial University Hospital appeared on the headlines of the Asahi Shimbun website. Along with the news of the laboratory fire, the owner of the laboratory, Oda Masao, had been too excited while looking at the cherry blossoms and suddenly died of a heart attack. Zhao Liangze snapped his fingers and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng, who was resting with his eyes closed. Hua Xiao, it's all done. Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes and glanced at him. Zhao Liangze quickly placed his small tablet under Hua Xiaoheng's eyelids. Please take a look. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the headlines on the website. His expression did not change. He closed his eyes and continued to doze off. Oda Masao deserved to die, but what about Gun Yinji? Would there be any negative consequences? All the original data he had sent back, as well as the original strain of the virus he was bringing back this time, would allow Chunlai to develop a vaccine. What would happen if they could not develop a vaccine in time? Hua Xiaoheng's brain automatically blocked out that possibility. Chunlai had been in a bad mood ever since he received the call. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and spent the night studying all the data he had sent back. He used a translation software to automatically translate it into the language of the Empire and save copies everywhere. The data that Hua Xiaoheng had brought back was very detailed and systematic. Not only did it contain the analysis of the various biochemical components of the virus, but it also contained the reproducible cultivation process. If he had really published all of it, top academic journals like Science and Nature would not have been enough. At the very least, it would have been published in Cell. It might even have been nominated for a Nobel Prize. But Oda Masao had not published it. He had kept it in a safe in his laboratory. As a true scientist, his behavior was abnormal. But what if he was not a true scientist? Chunlai shuddered a little. He worked all night in his office before going through all the reaction data and comparative analysis. Because of Gun Yinji, Chunlai did not read every single word in detail. He only looked at the reaction data after the incident. This was because he had recorded Gun Yinji's reaction data in detail after she had been infected. He had even done a full set of blood tests. His expression became strange again when he compared it to the others. Gun Yinji's subsequent reaction data was completely different from the reaction data that Oda Masao had recorded. According to Oda Masao's records, women who had been infected with the virus could indeed get relief after having sex with a man. However, their various vital signs had already been severely weakened. The most prominent point was that the function of their hematopoietic organs would be severely damaged. They would then progress from anemia to severe anemia, which would lead to a series of complications and finally death from various organ failure diseases. From the data that he had recorded, Gun Yinji's hematopoietic system had not weakened at all. Could it be that he had not observed it for long enough? That didn't seem right either. Oda Masao's data showed that it had weakened within a week. Chun-Li pushed open the door to his office uneasily. He wanted to go out for breakfast. In the hallway, several doctors were huddled together, whispering to each other. Seeing him come out, Yi Zieten immediately called out to him. "Dr. Chun, that Oda Masao that you admired so much suddenly died of a heart attack. His laboratory at Tokyo Imperial University Hospital also suddenly caught fire and was destroyed." "Oh, that bastard Oda Masao really died." Chun-Li was overjoyed. This news was a blessing in disguise. He leaned over to look at the news on the tablet with them. When he saw that Oda Masao's laboratory had also been burned down, Chun-Li immediately understood who had done this. He laughed out loud, then heard his phone ring. Seeing that it was Hui Xiaoheng calling, Chun-Li was instantly elated. He asked as he walked, "Hui Xiao, where are you?" Chapter 30. No, I came back yesterday. Nianji is going back to school today. Chun-Li quickly explained. "Do you want to see her?" Hui Xiaoheng shook his head calmly. "No, we'll talk when we get to the base." Fan Jian, the orderly, parked his car by the side of the road. Hui Xiaoheng, Zhao Yangzi, and Yin Shixiang got into the car and quickly returned to the base. Chun-Li waited for Hui Xiaoheng in his office. Hui Xiaoheng was also very straightforward and tossed him a backpack as soon as he entered. "See if this can still be used." Chun-Li opened the backpack and took out the lead box inside. It was a box of test tubes. When he opened the box containing the test tubes and saw the liquid inside, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. "Hui Xiao, what is this?" "It's the original strain of Oda Masao's virus. See if you can combine his data to find antibodies and create a vaccine." Hui Xiaoheng's voice was low and his expression was very serious. "I know." Chun-Li nodded and thought for a moment before comforting Hui Xiaoheng. "Don't worry about Nianji. I've been keeping a close eye on her condition and it hasn't worsened yet. Currently, it's only been a week." Hui Xiaoheng wasn't fooled. "Can you promise in the future?" Chun-Li snuck a peek at Hui Xiaoheng, trying to see if there was anything different on his face. However, Hui Xiaoheng was always indifferent and quiet, so it was hard to tell what he was thinking. "I'll keep an eye on Yinji's physical. I'll tell her this time that I made the antidote to her aphrodisiac. She didn't do that with a man." Chun-Li said quietly as he put the original strain of the virus Hui Xiaoheng brought back into the fridge. "Also, Nianji didn't want me to tell you that she was drugged. Remember not to let it slip." Hui Xiaoheng didn't speak for a moment. He looked down and flicked on his lighter to light a cigarette and take a deep drag. After a long time, he finally grunted. Chun-Li walked back to his desk and sat down. He turned on his computer and showed Hui Xiaoheng 2 comparison pictures. "Hui Xiaoheng, don't worry. I noticed that Nianji's condition is much better than the others. Maybe it's not that bad." Hui Xiaoheng walked over and stood behind him. He squinted at Chun-Li's computer screen, a cigarette in one hand and the other behind his back as he listened to Chun-Li's explanation. "The data on the left is from Oda Masao's profile. Look, his statistics are less than half of what a normal person would have. The data on the right is the result of my monitoring of Nianji for the past week. Look, she's extremely healthy. Normal people don't even have such good data." Hui Xiaoheng's dark eyes stared at the computer screen. After a while, he finally walked away and sat on the sofa opposite Chun-Li's desk. He rested one arm on the back of the sofa and held a cigarette in his hand. After thinking for a while, he finally said, hurry up and develop the vaccine. Also, her classmates knew she was young, so most of them treated her like a little sister. Although they took care of her, none of them really pursued her as a girlfriend. This feeling was novel and exciting. Her delicate face blushed uncontrollably. It was like the light pink frost on a white peach. It was a feast for the eyes. "Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you believe me?" Mei Xiaowen asked with a smile. "I made it clear in front of your uncle yesterday. You still don't believe me?" Gun Yinji blinked her big misty eyes. "Class rep, I really didn't know you. You were courting me. You really didn't know? Every time there's a good opportunity to go to university for an internship, I'm the first to tell you. You don't want it, so I give it to someone else in class. You don't want to run exercises in the morning. I'll get you a jogging ticket. You come home late from night study. I'm always the last one to wait for you. I'll walk you to the dorm door before I go back. In the morning, you sleep in and skip breakfast to go to class. I'll buy you milk and honey cake between classes. Gun Yinji, I'm not saying this to make you feel grateful. It's just that we're graduating soon. If you still don't know I like you and am courting you, then I'm such a failure as a man. Monday, please recommend me. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 31. Gun Yinji smiled sheepishly. Mei Xiaowen was the class rep of her class and was very nice to everyone in the class. Starting from their third year in law school, they had the opportunity to intern at a big law firm. At the time, she had just transferred, so she really didn't know that Mei Xiaowen had specially taken care of her by letting her be the first to choose. She had always thought it was based on grades. How embarrassing. She had gone home too late to study at night and had gone back to the dorm with Mei Xiaowen many times, but she had thought the class rep was also someone who loved to study. Mei Xiaowen was also very good with words and made everyone feel comfortable around him. He was probably the type with a high EQ. She had also eaten milk and honey cake many times between classes, but the problem was that almost the entire class had a share. So it was all for her, and only? Class rep, you're so subtle. I really wouldn't have known you were courting me if you didn't tell me. Gun Yinji felt tears welling up in her eyes. It turned out that his kindness to her wasn't just incidental, but because he liked her. But wasn't it great that the class rep was doing things for the other students? Gun Yinji felt conflicted. Her first reaction was to ask her most trusted guardian, Hua Xiao, what to do. But when she thought of Hua Xiao, she remembered the fingerprint incident and took 2 deep breaths. Smiling, she said, "Class rep, can you delete my fingerprint from your phone? My family doesn't think it's good." Oh. Mei Xiaowen glanced at her. He also felt that he had been too hot-headed and rash yesterday. He wasn't sure if he had scared her. "Okay, I can delete it. But you have to promise me that I'll pursue you, okay?" As he spoke, Mei Xiaowen swiped open the phone to find the fingerprint storage area, only to find that it wasn't there at all. Did he not save it last time? Mei Xiaowen showed the phone to Gun Yinji. "See, I didn't save it last time, so you don't have to delete it." Gun Yinji glanced at it and patted her chest in relief. Smiling, she said, "Thank you, Class Republic, so you agree?" Mei Xiaowen asked. It was another direct confession. Gun Yinji felt a strange feeling rise in her heart. Her heart raced, and she didn't know how to respond. She looked down and, after a while, looked up again to sneak a peek at Mei Xiaowen. Mei Xiaowen happened to turn his head and look at her from the corner of his eyes. There was a hint of a smile on his lips. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She abruptly turned her head to look at the scenery flying past outside the window. Her heart was in a mess. Should she give Hua Xiao a call and ask him? After all, he was her guardian, but should she ask him about this? What Mei Xiaowen had just said made her want to try out what it was like to be in a relationship. But then she thought of Hua Xiaoheng's stern expression and was afraid he would scold her for it. However, a young girl who was about to turn 18 had a natural longing for love. In this era, where people usually had their first love at the age of 14, she wasn't too young to be in a relationship at the age of 17, right? However, her experience was rather special. She had followed Hua Xiaoheng to the military camp at the age of 12 and had no chance to date a suitable boy. When he was 16, he came to Sea City because he wanted to go to university. He often heard his 3 roommates talk about their love experiences in the dorm, so it wasn't like he wasn't envious. Why not give it a try? Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't dare say it out loud. She still had to tell Hua Xiaoheng that if he didn't agree, she wouldn't agree to be Mei Xiaowen's girlfriend. Do you agree or not? Mei Xiaowen glanced at Gun Yinji and asked with a smile, I'm not asking you to immediately agree to be my girlfriend. I'm only asking for permission to pursue you. They were about to graduate, and everyone would be going their separate ways in a few months. He didn't want to miss out on this wonderful moment. There were many beautiful and talented girls in the law faculty, but almost all of them were shrewd and powerful. They could see through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys with just a glance. Girls like Gun Yinji, who was lively, cute, smart, and pure, were the most popular. For example, most of the boys in their class had girlfriends who were freshmen and sophomores. They rarely went for girls in their class. Although Gun Yinji was in the same class as them, she was young, about the same age as the freshmen. They had also been classmates for 2 years, so they knew each other very well. It was much more reliable than pursuing a girl he didn't know from scratch. Mei Xiaowen looked at the road ahead leisurely. Just like his life, it was a straight road. Gun Yinji looked away from the car window and lowered her head in a panic. She wiped the hem of her light gray wool dress with one hand and mumbled, Class rep, how do you expect me to answer that? Not easy to answer? Then I'll take that as a yes. Mei Xiaowen smiled. If that's the case, the first thing is for you to stop calling me class representative. It's too formal. Call me Xiaowen. That's what my family calls me. He didn't use a surname, but it was intimate. But it wasn't too out of line. Gun Yinji replied softly. Okay. There was a slight tremor in her soft voice. Although it wasn't loud, it lingered in Mei Xiaowen's ears for a long time. His hands tightened on the steering wheel. He hadn't expected Gun Yinji's simple okay to make him so excited. Perhaps he wanted to like her more than he felt. The two of them didn't speak for the rest of the journey. It was like they had reached some sort of tacit understanding. When they arrived at school, Mei Xiaowen drove straight to the female dormitory. He got out of the car first and helped her drag her suitcase out. He picked up her backpack with one hand and walked her upstairs. Normally, boys weren't allowed to enter the female dormitory directly. However, Mei Xiaowen had been class rep for 4 years, so the dormitory manager was already familiar with him. When she saw him enter, she only waved at him and let him in. Mei Xiaowen nodded politely to the middle-aged manager and said, My classmate just recovered from her illness and returned to school. The manager recognized Gun Yinji. She was the youngest and best student in the faculty of law. Yinji, have you recovered from your illness? The manager greeted her with a smile. Your class rep is very responsible. He comes by almost 3 times a day to ask if you're back. Gun Yinji nodded with a smile and handed her a bag of snacks. Thank you, manager. It's a small token of my appreciation. Snacks weren't considered a bribe, so the manager accepted it without any qualms. The two of them went upstairs, and as soon as they opened the door, the 3 roommates inside immediately screamed. Yinji, you're finally back. Lil 4, have you recovered from your illness? Class rep purposely went to pick you up? You have to repay him. Chapter 32. Her 3 roommates screamed and threw themselves at Gun Yinji, hugging her tightly. Mei Xiaowen stood at the door, amused to see them hugging each other. He admired Gun Yinji. All 3 of her roommates were the cream of the crop. The oldest, Fong Wenxin, was known as Green Tea Fong. She was famous for being a green tea. Just from the nickname, one could tell she was the goddess of all boys and the enemy of all girls. The second oldest, Chao Yunshan, was known as the Holy Mother, or Lady Chow for short. Rumor had it that she really did have a lady in her family. Only an old aristocratic family could have such an intimidating aura. As for the third oldest, Wang Junya, she was beautiful and alluring. Everyone called her Little Temptress. She was also a weapon of mass destruction with a single glance. The three arrogant girls treated Gun Yinji, an orphan girl with an ordinary family background who had transferred in midway, surprisingly well. They completely treated her like a younger sister and took care of her. So enthusiastic, look how scared our Yinji is. Mei Xiaowen carried Gun Yinji's backpack and dragged her suitcase as he walked in. Class rep went to pick her up personally. Yinji, you're such a big deal. Little Temptress winked at Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji's eyes darted around. Class rep is the one who picks up a classmate every time she's hospitalized, right? You're so annoying. Little Four, you have to argue with me every time. Little Temptress patted Gun Yinji's shoulder and pouted at Mei Xiaowen. Class rep, this is as far as I can help you. Our Little Four may be young, but she's the top student in her class. You can't fool her. I'm being sincere. Why would I fool you? Mei Xiaowen didn't hide anything. It looked like he had already spoken to Gun Yinji's roommates. Lady Chow wordlessly took Gun Yinji's backpack and suitcase from Mei Xiaowen and placed them beside her desk. Green Tea Fong crossed her arms and leaned against her desk. She said with a half-smile, Class rep, I see your cheeks are flushed and your forehead is glowing. Good news. How about it? Treat us to dinner to celebrate Yinji's return from her illness. Okay? Mei Xiaowen twirled the car key in his hand as he stood by the door and said, No problem. Tonight's dinner is on me. But he turned to look at Gun Yinji. Yinji, shouldn't you go to the faculty to cancel your leave first? Gun Yinji buried her head in her bag and took out the medical certificate Chun Lai had given her. I was just about to go. Let's go together. I need to go to the department's student union office to take care of something. Mei Xiaowen was also the president of the Faculty of Law. He naturally placed his hand on Gun Yinji's shoulder and wanted to pull her along. Gun Yinji took a quick step forward to avoid his outstretched arm. Class rep, I still have to go see a few professors to cancel my leave. I haven't gone to class for a week. They're definitely not happy. Mei Xiaowen smiled and caught up with her as they walked out together. The three roommates in the dormitory winked at each other and laughed. Looks like our little sister, Four, is about to be enlightened. Mei Xiaowen and Gun Yinji left the dormitory building, and Mei Xiaowen immediately said, You don't have to go to the faculty to cancel your leave. Your family already did it for you. Oh, Gun Yinji was taken aback. Then why did class reps say, I have to go to the faculty to cancel my leave? I'm just giving you an excuse. The most important thing for you right now is to go see Professor He and request an interview. Mei Xiaowen led her to his car, opened the door, and let her in. He said, I found out that Professor He lives in the specialist building on campus. I'll drive you there. Take the initiative to talk to him, show him your medical certificate, and ask for another interview. Gun Yinji hadn't expected to face He Ji-chu, the famous professor of law, as soon as she returned. She felt a bit nervous and clutched her medical certificate. She stammered, Class rep, is Professor He easy to talk to? You're calling me class rep again. I wouldn't tell you even if I knew. Mei Xiaowen pretended to be annoyed and tilted his head to look at her. Gun Yinji smiled fawningly. Class rep, don't be so anxious. Well, I have to ask my family and get their opinion. Sure, why don't you call him now? Mei Xiaowen turned the steering wheel and backed out of the car. He urged her to hurry up and not give her a chance to brush him off. He was determined to win her over. Gun Yinji held her phone and thought about it. I'll try. She tried Hua Xiaoling's phone first. It rang for a long time, but no one picked up. She had no choice but to call Chun Lai. Chun Lai picked up her call right away. Before she could speak, Chun Lai asked anxiously, Yinji, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Where are you? I'll come pick you up right now. Gun Yinji immediately felt that Chun Lai's occupational disease was too serious. She only called him, and he assumed she was sick. She shook her head. I'm not feeling well. Brother Chun, are you all right? Not feeling well? That's good. That's good. So why are you looking for me? Gun Yinji could feel the relief in Chun Lai's voice even through the phone. She frowned slightly and covered the phone to face the car window. She stammered, Brother Chun, it's like this. Do you know Uncle Hua's number? Gun Yinji originally wanted to tell Chun Lai that class rep wanted to pursue her, but she swallowed the words. She asked for Hua Xiaoheng's number instead. Chunlai laughed heartily. What's wrong? You need Hua Xiao for something? What is it? Do you need my help? Hua Xiao went back to headquarters. It's not easy to find him. Oh. Gun Yinji was slightly disappointed. She wanted to hang up, but saw Mei Xiaoan looking at her again. She didn't want to brush him off right in front of his face. She took a deep breath and murmured, Brother Chun, it's like this. My classmate said he wants to pursue me and asked if I was okay with it. I wanted to ask your opinion. If he wants to pursue me, then go ahead. Why do you need me to agree? Chunlai chuckled. He lowered his voice and asked, Is it your class rep? Gun Yinji blinked and made an almost inaudible sound of agreement. I see. It seems very important. After all, he's our Yinji's first boyfriend. You have to be careful. How about I ask Hua Xiao for you? He's your guardian after all. Gun Yinji nodded. A thought flashed through her mind. She suddenly blurted it out. Brother Chun, has Uncle Hua been busy with work lately? He's been all right. He was a bit busy a few days ago. He's just gotten some free time recently. What's up? Does he have a girlfriend? Gun Yinji asked nosily. The last time she received his call, he had asked her to call him uncle and forbade her from calling him Hua Xiao like everyone else. It was as if he wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. She recalled the phone call Hua Xiaoheng had made by mistake the other day. He had blurted out, darling. Gun Yinji's intuition told her that Hua Xiaoheng probably had a girlfriend. Oh, well, I don't know. Chunlai's round mouth opened and closed. Why do you ask? That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.